Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Brothers and fellow friends, we are here for another show, a special event today. We have a special guest, Mukunda from Meru Media. Hello, Mukunda. How are you?
Hey, Mohammed. How are you doing?
I'm very well. Great to have you here. We'll get to you very shortly again. Let me just sort of introduce the rest of the panel today. So, our usual brothers, Brother Hashim, Brother Mansur. Assalamu alaikum. How are you?
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullah. Very good, thank you.
Alhamdulillah. Wonderful. And Brother Sharif, assalamu alaikum. How are you?
Wa alaikum salam. Alhamdulillah. Very good. Thank you for inviting me on, inshallah.
No, well, thank you for.
I'm just going to be in the background just in case.
Yeah. No.
Maybe add a few points.
Thank you for coming along. So we're in a bit of a funny season right now because we're about to head into Ramadan very, very, very shortly from Islamic perspective. So our programs are we're sort of trying to arrange them so we get to a state where, as you know, we don't do many programs during Ramadan. But just before we start today's session, I want to say, Brother Hashim, Brother Mansur, any sort of big news this week, maybe from discussions you've had or any topics that you'd like to bring to the fore before we get the program started? Anything you'd like to say to the audience?
Well, this Sunday last Sunday it was raining, so we didn't actually go to Speaker's Corner. So nothing to report back, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, but we did do a live. So for those who missed it, we did a live instead. Alhamdulillah. Brother Mansur, you're going to come in.
No, I was saying, even though we didn't go to Speaker's Corner, so those of people who have missed Speaker's Corner content, watch the video that the live stream that we did. We had a lot of discussions and quite interesting one as well. So definitely worth tuning in and benefiting from it.
Alhamdulillah. And Brother Sharif, I know you're in the background, but anything you'd like to say about TAP and the anything you're doing on the TAP channel there that folks should be aware of?
Not at the moment, inshallah. We've got some plans in the coming weeks, months.
Mm-hmm.
But at the moment, not yet, inshallah. Organized, but soon, inshallah.
Okay, that sounds wonderful. Let's talk about that. Okay, so Mukunda, thank you for joining. I know you joined us on a stream, sort of quite ad hoc, a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
And you did reach out to us. So why don't you, just for the sake of the audience, why don't you give us a quick intro to your channel, your focus, and why we're here today, really?
Sure. So for all your listeners, my name is Mukunda Raghavan. I am a lawyer by training, but I do. I'm in more of the fintech space now. But on the side, I host a couple podcasts. One is Brown Pundits. If people know about that one, that's more social, political kind of stuff. And then this particular one, Meru Media, is really focused on the Dharmic traditions and kind of explaining those particular traditions, the nuances within them, whether philosophy, mythology, history, ideology. And then in addition to that, we do what's known as Meru Manthan, which means the engagement or churn, where we spend time talking to other traditions from their perspective. So we've had, Christians on, we've had Jews on, and I've been trying to get, Muslims on, but I've not had that great of a success. Either people are busy or just don't respond. So I reached out to you guys, and I thought it was very generous of you to have me on, and to do like a fruitful discussion where we engage with each other on why we believe what we believe, not necessarily the full contents of what we believe, but why we believe. And I think that's going to be very important in terms of trying to bridge a gap of understanding. We'll never meet each other in the middle, but we're going to at least understand each other, which I think is more than we can expect and what we should strive to achieve.
I fully agree, Mukunda. I think understanding, coming to common terms, at least on belief, or common terms of why we believe, is actually very important. In fact, it's something that we hold dear to our heart. As a bit of context, you say you run sort of several channels. Would you say you're reasonably well educated in your tradition, or have you learned? Have you studied? What have you done?
Yeah. So within my tradition, I would say it's probably like 20 plus years of education. So my own journey has been, I was raised Hindu. I went through quite a long period in my 20s, I would say, agnostic atheist, very strongly so. I think more agnostic than atheist. So I've covered the gamut of religious thought I've read works in Islam, including scholars like Averroes or Al-Qadi and Al-Razi, and I've read a lot of Islamic theologians along with the Western. So I have I did my master's. I didn't finish it in continental philosophy. So really focused on Spinoza, Descartes, Kant, and but I did a particular specialization, which was later in comparing Heidegger to continental thought. But other than that, my background within my own tradition is I read and write Sanskrit. I learned that in college. I've read, I can't say most of the texts because we have, something of the nature of like tens of thousands of different texts. So within my particular tradition, which is Vishishta Advaita, I've read quite a few of that. I have a general understanding of the vast sphere of Hindu philosophy, including Buddhism and Jainism. I studied under acharyas or pundits, both Sanskrit and the philosophical systems, primarily Samkhya, which is a big component of the foundation of pretty much all of Hindu thought in many ways. So I can say I have more than general familiarity. I would say somewhere between academic and a layperson. I'm much closer to an academic.
Okay, so certainly a very well informed and educated layperson, but more than that. But more than that for sure. So, okay, well, that's really good. So let me sort of ask another question, which is, and this is true for most people, I think, which is especially, so you grew up in the West, clearly. When we say group in the West, so where have you spent the majority of your life? Has it been abroad or has it been in India? Have you been to India to be educated ever?
Yeah. So I spent, so now I'm 43, right? I'm probably as old or older than you guys.
We're all getting old. Yeah. Getting old, yeah.
I would say probably like 95% of my life has been spent in the West. When I mean the West, I've lived in Los Angeles, Boston, New York. So usually the continental United States. And then about like 3.5, 4 years I spent in India in my adult life. So I went for a year in undergrad. I studied in Delhi, where I studied both Hinduism, Sanskrit philosophy, but I also took classes on Islamic law to understand the jurisprudence of Islam, especially in the context of the Indian subcontinent, right? Like understanding how like the laws were applied, how the Waqf board was created, what that kind of stuff. And then
was that an elective? Was that an elective, or was it a part of your course?
My college was interesting. So in the UC system, which is the California system, which I was part of, you roughly need about 180 units to graduate. So I graduated with 310. So I just took a whole lot of electives. So my year in India, each semester, I took about 10 classes. So my day from 6 a.m. to about like 8 p.m. was filled with classes. I just took classes. Because I was like, I want to have
return on investment on your ticket price for sure.
Yeah, but it was more like how often do you get the opportunity to learn from diverse people?
I agree.
I was like, let me just do it, right? So yeah, I mean, and then I spent about 2.5 years in India afterwards in my professional career.
So have you always been religious, or not religious is probably the wrong word? Have you always been aware of your dharmic tradition as governing your life? Let me call it that way. Probably way to say it.
I would say until my late teens, I was aware of my tradition. For example, like I knew prayers, I knew stotras, shlokas, I knew Vedic mantras. I knew those things. I didn't understand what any of those things meant because I didn't know Sanskrit at the time, and I just did things because my parents, told me to do this prayer, do this, do that, and I guess roughly. The first time I read like the Gita was probably like 17 and a half, 18. And then I started reading the other texts in college. And then in my 20s, I became more agnostic for a variety of different reasons. So I spent a lot of time reading a lot more Buddhist philosophy, which is one of the philosophies that really jarred me from my theism at the time, or I would say my uninformed theism at the time, just belief in God was, or even belief in anything, to be honest, was Nagarjuna's Mula Madhyamarika Karika, right? So his Nagarjuna is a Buddhist philosopher that lived roughly around 2nd century CE, and he is part of what's a tradition called Madhyamika Buddhism, which they use this logic called, in the Western is called tetralagama, which is basically the four corners. So this is called Chatushkoti in the Indian context, which is basically logic of a fourfold nature. Something is not, or is not, is and is not, and neither is nor is not. So that logic he used to basically destroy any position that one can hold about belief in the things in the world. So that really caused me to think about my presuppositions and my underlying basis for what I believe, why I believe, and the world itself. So I think it was a wonderful way to deconstruct my thought. And then over the next few years, I had to figure out a way to rebuild my thought into a positive structure instead of just deconstruction. So it was a step-by-step building up again. So
wonderful. Yeah. So in your foray into Islam, which is why we're here today, I mean, clearly having read the philosophical texts of Averroes, Al-Razi, Al-Qadi, maybe you read some Al-Ghazali as well, I presume, as part of that process.
Inquiries, philosophers,
Yeah, I mean, obviously, maybe not in the original language, but certainly in translation of some kind, right?
Yeah,
but,
all in translation.
That's fine. Yeah, and that's fine. And I'm not sort of saying good or bad. What sort of conclusions did you arrive at then? I mean, also having studied fiqh, which is Islamic law, by the way. So, I mean, and as a lawyer yourself, so clearly you're bringing in, I mean, let me just summarize this. You're bringing in sort of the philosophical sort of what I would say foundations, and then you're marrying that up with your introduction, however cursory, to Islamic law. And as you come out of that journey, what was your understanding of Islam? And since then, what has it become?
Well, I mean, it's interesting because it's like, I think Islam is very varied and diverse. And this is from my
Mukunda, you're frozen, I think.
Yeah, I've got some connection issues.
Yeah, I think the internet is not allowing him. You're freezing there. You froze there for
just froze for a few seconds.
Oh yeah, I was hearing you guys completely, and I can could have seen. But
okay, you're back again.
You said.
Okay.
Yeah. We didn't hear any of that response. Whatever it was.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, I mean, for me, Islam was very diverse and different. It allowed for a lot of different viewpoints and thoughts, and growth of intellectual prowess. Right. So, I mean, obviously, a lot of its basis is Aristotelian logic, and the Islamic tradition kept the Greek thought alive post Aristotle. In some ways, that even their homeland in Greece and Western Europe didn't. But my thought has always been that. So I think this is where it's difficult. Like, I don't want to offend anyone. Like, I know there's Sunni Islam, which I think there's different branches, Salafi and so on and so forth. So I think until I engaged with some aspect of Salafi Islam and Wahhabi and so on, Islam seemed much more flexible to me in a lot of its thinking and thought process. And I think when I got into engagement with some of the Sunni work and stuff I've read, it became a little more fixed. And I don't know if that's purposeful or not. I mean, like, also the Sufi side's a little different. My engagement with Sufi tradition's also been a little different. But I think there's brilliant people in the Islamic tradition that are, world-class thinkers and logicians and philosophers and theologians, and we can learn from it all. So I spent a lot of time, learning that, right? Like, a lot of the work of, even someone like Thomas Aquinas in Summa Theologica was borrowed from the Islamic thought, which he incorporated in Catholicism. So I do think there's a pretty big scope, and even Islamic law itself isn't like it's. So people love to talk about how the Jewish scholarly tradition, their literary tradition of interpreting the Torah is so prodigious and clear and powerful, intellectually stimulating. I think the Islamic tradition is just as much, right? They engage in linguistics and hermeneutics on how to interpret things. So I think there's deep value in those traditions.
We can go through some of that, I think. So how about opening foundational question from me then to you, which is, let's start at the very basis, which is, because one of the things we focus on in Islam is certainty of belief.
Right.
And really this sort of concept of absolute truth. This is very critical to Islam, those two foundational concepts. So let me start there. And I'll at this point, I'll sort of bring the rest of the panel as well to contribute. So how much value do you put on, maybe, so you personally, but also from your tradition, does it put on the idea of absolute truth? Is there such a concept?
So,
and how is it grounded?
So just for our listeners, I mean, there's going to be a lot of, what do you mean by that? And conceptualization, because I mean, and this goes back to the point that I think much of West, I mean, for me to think about Islam as a Western tradition. Now, I don't want to call it Abrahamic because I know people don't like that. So I'll call it Western tradition. It's really based on the Aristotelian logic, right? Of the binaries, and then law of excluded middle, law of non-contradiction. Some of those things don't apply in the Indian context. So which is why when I have to rephrase, it sounds like evading a question, but it's not. What it's trying to do is contextualize the question in an understanding in the Indian context, right? So we apply a lot more paraconsistent logic than we do straightforward Aristotelian logic. So when you say how much certainty matters to us, our tradition, well, so the epistemology is this, right? If you're talking about the nature of things that we cannot know directly through inference or perception, then the texts, say Vedas, would have certainty about the nature of Brahman and what is Dharma. So there's certainty there. And that certainty is, again, at some level backed up by personal experience through like meditation, some deep level of spiritual engagement. So ultimately, the tradition of the Hindu tradition, certainty is about experience. And then how to make sense of experience that we have, that both at the phenomenal level of engagement in the world, like we see when we look out the window in our lives every day, we see multiplicity. We see different people, different things are differentiated. But when we have a deeply meditative experience across the board, which I think can be pretty much replicated anywhere, anytime, anyway by people, you have a sense of unity. Where does this unity and multiplicity exist? And how do you reconcile that? And so that Shruti tradition of the Vedic tradition is about understanding that unity because we experience multiplicity all the time. So certainty comes in depending upon the sphere of what we call pramana, or the means of knowing, is limited to. Like, for example, certainty in phenomenal world comes through observation and logic, right? Like we know a desk is here for sure because we can touch it, we can see it, we can follow it, we can feel it, we can judge it by the displacement of water. I mean, whatever it is, right? So there's means for us to know something is real or not, and what exists or not in this world.
Okay. Panel, any questions?
No, just an observation. So basically what you're saying is that you see this question about truth. Some people say, well, we can never really know the truth. We have an epistemic limitation as human beings.
Sure.
We can only have basically a pragmatic way of how to live our life and develop sort of a pragmatic approach. Or there's people who will say, actually, no, there is something called truth. And when we act according to it, or when we adopt a particular idea, we adopt it because we believe it to be true. Yeah. So
Sure.
I'm just wondering, in terms of those two specific areas, how would you sort of judge your own position on that?
So there is truth. There is truth, absolute truth. Now, how we think about it, how we speak about it, how we know it is absolutely relative. I mean, that's a contradiction in terms right here. In some sense, absolutely relative, right? Because our perspective is fundamentally limited to our brains, our viewpoints on the world, how we engage with the world. So there is a truth. The table is here, right? If we use an example of, a table, the table is there, but how you perceive it depends upon, like an ant doesn't perceive the table as a table. The ant perceives the table as some monstrous, big, huge mountain kind of thing. It crawls over from a million miles in space. You might not perceive the table, but for a dot, for us, we see a table as a table. So again, the table exists. It's real. There's truth in it. But how we perceive it is dependent upon our relative place in the world.
Right. So from an Islamic perspective, I mean, our epistemology is or our ontology, first of all, starts with knowing the certainty that God exists. So that's our position. Sure. So what is your position in terms of the existence of the supreme being? To what level are you certain that it actually is?
Oh, yeah. I mean, so in our tradition, it's not about belief, it's about experience, and certainty comes from knowledge, right? We know the supreme being exists, right? Within the Vedic tradition, especially Vedanta, which I come from, Vishishtadvaita, God or Brahman, let me use that word instead of God.
Yes, of course, yes, of course.
Brahman exists because Brahman is the ground of all being, and is beyond being, but is the ground of being. So
is that for a sort of Platonic one kind of view, or a Neoplatonic one kind of view? Is that really what that is?
Kind of. I mean, I guess if that's the analogy that's closest, yeah. I mean, I would say it's probably somewhere around there in Spinoza's concept of God in that sense.
Yeah. He was very almost very Buddhist in his thinking, wasn't he?
I mean, he wasn't Buddhist at all. He was a realist,
he wasn't.
Right?
I know he wasn't, but you could almost sort of see. Okay, all right. So so what questions would you like us to answer then from that basis then?
Yeah. So so my question is, okay, your ontology starts from God exists, right?
Yes.
So,
but we can derive God. So we have several arguments that get to us, and we can go through those as well.
So yeah, I mean, because we're starting off. Let's first start about what our ontology is. What's your epistemology? What are your ways of knowing, and which methodologies are considered valid and not?
Okay. Let me because I've been doing a lot of talking. Let me hand that off to either Mansur or Sharif.
Just to tell you, Brother Sharif has an emergency at home. So he's just dropping off the stream.
Okay.
Let's hope everything's okay, and then he can join.
Inshallah.
Yeah.
Yes. So let's start. Okay. So let's start from the position of, first of all, establishing how do we know what we know. So as Sharif said, we know what we know from a very pragmatic perspective. It is not a question of we guess. But it's a very sort of realist perspective as well, right? But we believe also that the majority of Islam, after you've established that God exists, we can only know what God reveals to us through revelation. So first of all, there's two elements to the way we know what we know, and we can explore both of those once we get further down the discussion. Now, for the first part, we have several logical arguments that get us to a situation where we can derive or deduce, let's say, that God or an ultimate being must exist by definition. And you've heard it. I mean, we've got the classic one is the Kalam cosmological argument that we use, but the teleological argument, but also the argument of contingency and so on and so forth. And if you go through all of those, and if you agree with those, fine. If you don't agree with them, then tell us why you don't agree with them.
Sure.
But those are the classic, and that's a Ghazalian argument as well. So if you read Ghazali, you know that.
Yeah.
So we get to the point where this supreme thing exists.
Mm-hmm.
Then the question is okay, if that thing exists and we exist, then what are the minimum set of attributes it must have for us to exist? That's typically where we get to. Okay. And one of the first attributes that we have to assess logically, again, using normal logic, is it must exist. by definition, right? So it must exist. It must have an existence of its own. And that existence must be different to ours, because and so there is a duality here. There is a separation where what this thing is different to what creation is.
Sure. Okay. Okay.
Then the next step, and then the next two attributes that we typically get to is, by definition, if we see so much energy in this system that we have, then this energy must have been created by something that was more powerful. So it must have power, and it must have at least a sense of will about it.
Okay.
Right? And then there must only be one. So those are like a minimum set of attributes that we assess that this being must have.
So if I can ask,
and none of that requires scripture, but none of that requires scripture.
Right. So if I can ask this, okay. So when we talk about epistemology, we're talking about our means of knowing, right? So obviously we have perception. Right now you're using logic, and then you have your textual basis. So what is the relationship between the three of those, right? Is there supremacy if for example, if logic contradicts what our perception is, what wins? If logic contradicts scripture, what wins? What perception contradicts scripture, what wins? Right? Do you have a hierarchy?
There is, and logic only goes so far as well, by the way.
Right.
So we're not ultra rationalists, because there was a stream of Islam where they became ultra rational. They started denying certain things. So simplistically, what I want to say is, we take rationality to a point, but then we have to then say, okay, if the conclusion of our logic is that there is this being, then we have to then some point say, well, okay, if this being created all of this, then the question arises, why? And that's a natural conclusion. And so we look at ourselves and we say, look, we sort of psychologically arrive in our existence with some pre-programmed conceptions of how to deal with reality. I mean, even as children, they've done research on little babies who almost the moment they're born, they know about their mindfulness of how to lock out all of the noise and focus on their parents. They sort of understand this instinctively. The question is, though, that's not very easy to program. I mean, even in today's modern day computers with AI, they found it exceptionally difficult to code and program and teach AI systems. So it raises the question of, where did that pre-programmed instinct come from? And what we typically say is that instinct, we refer to it in the Islamic tradition as fitra, which is there is a natural intuition, there is programmed. So when logic stops, that's the driving force that says there is a need to know. And most cultures have interpreted that as the need to search, as the need to discover, the need to find enlightenment, the need to go do something that is bigger than oneself. And various philosophical traditions have explored this. So what we say is that is the reason we ask those other questions. So it starts with that yearning to know, but the question is, where did the yearning come from?
Okay.
Then logic gets you so far, and then the next step has to be, well, okay, the only way we would know anything about this being is if the being communicates with us in some fashion or manner.
Okay.
Because that's the way we establish truth amongst ourselves. If I don't talk to you, I don't communicate to you, you will never know anything about me.
Sure.
So I mean, that's the closest analogy. It's not a true analogy. So we say, look, if we're able to do this at our physical material level, then surely the one that created us must be able to do this even more. I mean, that's the sort of basic logic. So then we say, do we find cases of that communication happening during history? We look over history. And so what we say in Islam, and we say in the Islamic tradition, there is a prophetic tradition of prophets from the time of the first human being up to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, peace be upon him, and a line of prophets that were chosen by this God, and they made some claims. They made very specific claims. And each prophet made two claims. One, they said, I am a prophet of God, and it's very clear, crystal
Right.
clear. They claimed this. And secondly, they were given a miracle to prove their prophethood.
Okay.
A miracle that could not be refuted by the audience that they were sent to.
Okay.
And so the two analogies that I give, and I'll stop here and I'll let Brother Mansur come in, is miracles by definition are something that when we see it, there is no way we can explain or repeat it or replicate it. That by definition is like a working definition of a miracle. So in the Abrahamic tradition, each prophet came when the community had veered off the truth. That was the point of sending prophets.
Right.
So communities would receive a message, they would follow this message, and the message was simple. It was follow one God,
Okay.
And communities, by the nature of people, by the nature of the way we are, they forget this message and they start doing other things. And so there is a need to send another reminder to say, hey, you veered off the track, come back, this is the message. And this happened repeatedly throughout history. The nearest miracles in the Abrahamic tradition, I'll pick these because these are the ones that are most current. In the Jewish tradition, or with Moses, because these are our prophets as well,
Right.
Moses split the Red Sea. That's what they say. We say, yes, we agree. The problem is, I wasn't there to see it.
Right.
So several generations down the road now, as far as I'm concerned, I believe it because my revelation tells me, but actually I have no real reason to believe it beyond that. And if that's the only evidence you've got, then it's as good as any other story that any other tradition could tell.
Sure.
Because I can't test it. Now, Jesus, Isa alayhi salam, his miracle was he would cure the ill, he would raise the people from he was raised as dead. So he was like a medical miracles. His miracles were medically miraculous. Because his community at the time were they sort of would make a point of saying we're the most elite educated in terms of really sort of resolving illnesses like this. And what he showed them was there's something I can do that you can't. And so the experts of that time recognized those as miracles. But the problem is I wasn't there to see it.
Sure.
And the only reason I believe it is because my revelation tells me.
Right.
Now, so the last miracle, and this is so Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the last prophet, he made a claim. He said, I'm a prophet, and my miracle is the Quran itself. And this I can test. Even to this day, I can put it under a microscope. I can actually take it into the lab. I can record it. And how do we know it? And again, there's a whole history of preservation we'll go down. So what we say is we know communication happened because claims were made. The last revelation confirms that this history happened. And we have the final revelation to test it. And for 1440 years, people have tried to test it and falsify it and have failed. So that's how we know that there is a truth to this.
Sure. Okay. I mean, I understand that. I understand that thought process.
Let's see if anything, Brother Mansur wants to add anything to that.
Yeah, I just want to go back to questions you asked in terms of how do we know things?
Yeah.
I mean, this is an important question in any start of any discussion in philosophy, anything, isn't it? So, of course, we have various avenues or various ways we think we know, and I'm sure what I'm about to say is something that is shared between traditions, whether it's the Eastern or Western or Greek or whatever it might be. So there is something that we all understand, that we have something like an intuition. Sometimes we feel intuitively something, we know about these things. So there seems to be a common experience around the world over time in history. It doesn't matter. It's beyond that people have intuition.
Right.
We call in Islam, as you're familiar with, this is the concept of fitra, in which there is something within yourself, maybe deep rooted in your subconscious, some understanding about the reality. It's already grounded there. I mean, we
Right.
say this has been something that has been already molded within our own self, even before we were born, before we were created, so that there will be some excuses removed in the final chapter of our lives in the hereafter, when we are there to be judged for what we have done and what we've believed.
Right.
Because if you're going to be here, and sometimes, people make excuses for whatever reason, and they say, "Oh, I didn't know this. I didn't know that you are my Lord, you're my God, you created
Sure.
me. I didn't know that I'm supposed to do this." So this excuse will be removed, because the inherent, the fitra, the natural innate disposition to know there's a creator out there, there's a Lord. When I say Lord, we mean a creator, Lord sustainer, someone who created you, someone who continuously sustains you, maintains you, nourishes you, and guides you and directs you. That is what we mean by lordship of our creator. So that is something that is innate within us. The only problem is this can get clouded by people's own negligence. It can get clouded by the environment people are brought up from the very beginning, the immediate environment, which is their family. It could be the external environment, their friends, the circles there. So this fitra, the natural disposition of knowing that there is a creator, that this creator is someone who has brought you into existence. I mean, of
Right.
course, our understanding might differ in terms of whether we are creation of this originator, or we have emanated from this originator in terms of no creation at all. You're part of that creator. But ultimately, we are not that Brahman. I mean, per se, you still say in your tradition that you're somehow some aspect of it, a little aspect, something of it, not the entirety. Is that right, Mukunda? You don't say you are the entirety of Brahman.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. So whether you emancionist or creationist view, so we have this feeling, this belief that we come from someone or something, which is of course greater than us in the way we are. So that intuition is there already, but intuitively, even though
Is
you
this
have,
intuition like Plantinga's sensus divinitatis?
I'm not sure. I'm not very, read in terms of these works of philosophers and so on. So I mean, this is where Sharif would have been a better person to explain. But the intuition, when we say intuition, this is something that, to give you an example,
Just an insert there. So we don't believe in the idea of a spark of God or spark of divine within us. This is
Right.
not something that we don't believe. We don't believe in that. So we believe there is no spark of divine in creation.
Okay.
There's a big separation there.
So if I can just ask on that point, right? So on that particular theological point, where would you derive that from?
When you say where we
what
derive
from?
this from, so this is something, of course, this is universally acknowledged from common experience, but we get consolidation of this fact through revelation. And now I'm just going to go through this step by step in terms of priority of certainty of revelation. Okay.
Sure.
So there's intuition, and of course our sensory perception gives us knowledge about the world that's around us in terms of what we see, what we hear, what we feel, and so on and so forth, our senses. But each of these, again, they have limitations in terms of how, as you described quite eloquently early on, a table. We know there's a table there, but depending on how you see it and who you are seeing it, whether you are an ant, whether you yourself as a human being or someone seeing from a space, the perception of what you see might differ in terms of what you experience, in terms of your understanding of your sensory perception. So that's another way of knowing the reality. And of course, that depends on how you're utilizing your senses. Not everyone has sharpness or soundness of the faculties to understand things like this. And that's why people often misjudge things, because they are not using their senses appropriately. Then we have, of course, based on, using, there's a tool that can be used to incorporate all of this to make judgment out of it, the intellect. And I'm sure you're familiar with the philosophical traditions of Islam in which they talk about the aql, and Quran emphasizes that aql is an important tool which we should be using to understand the reality and differentiate between truth and falsehood, between right and wrong, between something that is correct and something that is incorrect. So the aql is an important tool, and our position as Muslims is that the sound intellect, the sound aql, would not contradict reality, and it would not contradict the text of revelation.
Okay.
So that's where we say, of course, the intellect, again, is something that you're using as a tool to speculate, to know about the reality from bottom up to high, to know what's there. But the highest level of certainty comes from revelation, or when we say inspiration from our Creator, guidance, scripture from our Creator, which is infallible. Okay, all of the others are fallibility that is there depending on how it's utilized. So the utmost is this scripture from the originator, and it could be channeled through inspirations through a prophet or a messenger. A prophet or a messenger is done this way because imagine, Mukunda, I said, or you said, like, I have been given revelation from this creator, and the creator, the originator, says X, Y, and Z. Okay, everyone can make this claim, and you will find all these claims, then people claiming, and you would not be able to differentiate between, did you really have that communication, that guidance, communication from the originator or not? So what human beings in our tradition is that have been spared from this kind of erroneous judgment is there are agency, or there are certain particular chosen creation of God who will be dispensing that duty of informing us about the communication, and they will do that with appropriate evidence. And you talked about Brother Muhammad earlier on, which is miracle as a type of evidence, in which the evidence is established by showing in a way that you can't believe it otherwise, because that's the type of evidence through miracles. I mean, of course, evidence can come in various ways, but miracle seems to be one that even a professor or a PhD holder, as well as a lay person, would understand that, okay, what they are seeing or viewing or experiencing is something that needs to be taken very seriously. Okay, that's what miracle does to people. So when there is a text that is the highest form of certainty in terms of knowing the reality, the question is, how do we know that text is from the Creator, isn't it? Ultimately, it comes, again, utilizing our intellect, our mind, to understand that this indeed is the piece of guidance from our Creator. And you will see that early in our Islamic history, there is a group of thinkers called the Mu'tazilites. They preferred the rational intellect over the text, because they said, how can you understand the text is from God unless you use the aql? Okay, so you have to have the aql preference over the naql, meaning the intellect over this. But our scholars have shown, I mean, when we say our scholars, the orthodox, the traditional, the Sunni Islamic position is the aql would not contradict, sound intellect would not contradict the text, but the text has a priority. So even if you find that something in the text that goes against your speculative understanding, your intellectual deliberation, you still have to give primacy and the priority to the text, because at some point, eventually, you can realize that this is where you went wrong, because sometimes your way of thinking and approaching the text may not have been the right and appropriate. So if we now go back from what we're saying, the level of certainty is revelation, coming from prophets and messengers, not just inspiration through God directly to you, because God, we believe, the originator, inspires the creation even directly in our dreams, maybe in actions that we experience sometimes. But these are not the infallible way. The most infallible way is through prophets and messengers. Okay, and the role of the intellect is there to differentiate and establish that revelation. And out of all of this, your sensory perception, and then goes the the fatra or the intuition. So
So
you
if
would
I
share.
can, sorry.
Yeah, go
if I
ahead.
can. Okay. So in this tradition, what we're seeing is you're saying the prophethood and what they say is more infallible than what individuals experience, right?
Yes.
Because our
Okay.
experience can be often misled because of how we are experiencing things. For example, if you have just to give you a support for my statement, if you're on psychedelics, for example, some neurological drugs that really affects your mind, things the way you would experience would be different from someone who is not under the influence of this kind of
Right.
drugs. Yeah.
But I mean, what's to say our experience, the way we're experiencing things now, is the right way versus psychedelic way? I mean, those are subsequent questions. But my question to you would be: okay, so we have this first hierarchy, the prophethood, the supersedes individual experience, but the prophets themselves, right, are human, correct? Fallible,
Chosen. We say they're the chosen one. That's the difference.
Right.
They don't make themselves prophets, but the originator. Chooses them.
But they're humans, correct? They're fallible. They're subject to faults, and they
fallible on the base. This is where we have differentiated in terms of the role. We say the prophets and messengers, they have a dual role. Okay. One is an individualistic role as a normal human being, like every other human being. Mm-hmm. They have their own opinions. And they have another role, which is the prophetic role, or the role of a messenger, in which it's infallible. The message they receive is the message they deliver. There is no.
But how do we know they delivered the message exactly as it should have been revealed?
Yeah, so that's where the evidence, the miracle comes in, and the message comes in. So you can observe the message itself as a content when you scrutinize that content, and the evidence that is brought along with it, which substantiate the content that is delivered.
So let me sort of come in here, Mukunda. So I agree with you. People are fallible. They are fallible. And all prophets were human beings just like you and me, right? The difference was that in the message they delivered it exactly as it was revealed to them.
But how do we know that is my question.
Right, exactly. So how do we know this? So like I said, we have to validate the miracle, first of all. Now, once you validate that somebody's a prophet, there are some requirements that a prophet has. Number one, they are known to be truthful, they're known to be honest, they're known to have integrity, and they deliver the message as it's delivered. The audience around them would know this. In today's environment, the way we establish this is we check the Quran. That's what we do, right? So we say, look, was this act? So as an outsider, for instance, it's right for you to be skeptical, and that's perfectly fine. And for the skepticism, what we would say is, let's go back to fundamentals. Let's go back to the earlier question you asked, which is until we can establish that God is real, and until we can establish that God actually did reveal this, there's no point in believing this revelation in any way. I mean, it could be, potentially any Ahmed or Harun from somewhere writing something in a mountain top and saying it's from God. Well, so that doesn't help.
If I can respond here, so there's a couple of things, right? The proofing or believing in God, and say we accept that, we all accept that as given, right? So for argument's sake, we all are on the same page that God exists. The second proposition you're presenting is the Quran being the message from God. Now,
communication happens. The second communication happens, right?
So,
exactly.
So communication occurs. So now to that, I would ask: does communication occur in all times, in all places, in all locations, to different people? Is the conversation between, or the communication from God, in only this region of the Middle East, roughly from the time period of, say, 1500 BCE to 6th century or 7th century CE, right?
Well, let me reverse the question to you. So in your exploration of Islam, and in the philosophies you've read,
right,
what was the conclusion you came to where the message went?
Well, I mean, there was a couple different things, right? Like a lot of the philosophers would take the position that even someone like Aristotle, Plato, Socrates were not prophets per se, but they were beings or people that were in commune with the divine spirit in some sense, right? Because
somehow inspired. Right.
Inspired, right? So they had some element or message of the truth of God, or some particular aspect. So there was this sense of a little more. Now, I mean, and this is where I feel like there's a demarcation, because a lot of times when they talk about God, they're not talking about Islam per se. They're using God in the philosophical sense, and they're not using God in the way we would talk about Islamic God as we talk now, right? And so I do feel there's a slight distinction between the God of personhood and the God of philosophy that they take, much like Christians do, much like many other traditions do.
Yeah. So I don't understand that demarcation, because I think if we logically arrive at the fact that there is an ultimate being, then no matter what your existence is or which tradition you come from, that ultimate being is the same ultimate being.
No, but it's like this, right? So a lot of times when I see arguments being made about the Kalam cosmological argument, all the argument does is lead to the proposition that there is a God. It makes no claims about what kind of God.
Absolutely. So stage one does, for sure.
Right.
But the first, absolutely,
right.
for
So
sure.
so to go from the position that there is a being, a ground of reality, to then extrapolate that it must be this God, this kind of position, this kind of qualities, this kind of being, I think is a jump of logic that doesn't necessarily connect.
Let's focus on that then. So
before you
sorry, yes.
on, I just want to introduce Brother Abdurrahman. Assalamu alaikum, Brother Abdurrahman. Can you hear us? Brother Abdurrahman.
Maybe he's on mute.
Okay.
Wa alaikum salam. Yes, hey, I can hear you.
Jazakallah khair for joining. With short notice, that's fine. Because Brother Sharif had to go and call for an emergency at home. So if you don't mind,
yeah, that's my pleasure. No problem at all.
So you've joined at perfect time.
I'll be with you in a couple of minutes, though.
Okay. All right. Fantastic. Okay.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the question that Mukunda initially asked, but in terms of our epistemology and how do we know things, and I went through the issues of fitra and the intellect and the divine revelation, and just talked about the priority that, of course, divine revelation takes priority. The naql takes priority of the aql. So Mukunda's question, of course, is now following from that, you have prophets and messengers who received this revelation. Of course, they were human beings, they are fallible. So I think he was just taking a question from there in terms of how do we know what they received is indeed that infallible revelation. So if you want to,
but we went back. We went to the Kalam cosmological argument, which is we established that there is a supreme being, and I think your question quite rightly
we
is
just established at various level there's a being.
That's right. There's a being. There's a being. Yeah. Right. Exactly.
We don't know anything about that being except that it has to be for everything else to be. That's all we know.
Perfect. So again, this means no matter which tradition you come from, that it's the same being. It's the same existence. There can't be two of these existences existing in different ways. They can only exist in the way that it exists by definition, singularly. I mean, do we agree at least on that? Yes? Good. Perfect. Okay, so I'm going to bring Abdurrahman in because this is actually an area he's personally interested in. And I don't want to walk all over his territory because he's more of an expert than me. So we'll let him join. But let me sort of park that for a momentarily. But let me ask you a question, which is, in the Hindu conception of Brahman, one thing that's not been explained to me, and we have many people joining us, this idea of Brahman both exists and doesn't exist, has attributes and doesn't have attributes. Right. So this I find, first of all, I mean, you understand. I mean, from our perspective, Islamic perspective, we find that very difficult to appreciate and understand.
So, so here's a couple things, right? So when we talk about Brahman, like from my tradition, which is Vishishta Advaita, is not Advaita of Shankara. Shankaracharya's Advaita that most people talk about as all being Brahman is known as Kevala Advaita. It's that there's only Brahman, and nothing else exists. I mean,
so that's panentheist.
No. It's not even panentheist. The world doesn't exist. The world is a phenomenological reality.
Wow. Interesting.
Within the Shankara tradition, there's what's known as there's Vyavahara and the Paramatmic view. Vyavaharic view is the one we are experiencing right now of multiplicity, of difference, of variation, of all this stuff. Right? It's basically this world of reality that we experience.
Okay.
Now, underlying all this is what's known as the Paramatmic view, that there's only one being called Brahman, and all this is just an illusion. It doesn't really exist once you take from the perspective of Brahman. It exists insofar as you are here, as long as phenomenologically. It's a phenomenological existence. Okay. It's not an ultimate ontological existence.
Okay.
So it's a monism, but so when people say, I am Brahman and I are one, they're not saying the person that they're talking about themselves is one with God, that they are God, that this individual is God. What they're saying is this individual being shorn of all diversity, of multiplicity, of identity is fundamentally the same as Brahman, because it's Brahman seeing himself through a mirror of sorts. This reality is created. So that's Advaita Vedanta.
Okay.
So that's a particular different Vedanta. So my Vedanta, is called Vishishta Advaita. Vishishta means qualified. Advaita means monism. So it's a qualified monism in which the idea is there's one being, one ground of all things, and that being. I mean, it's not just like the difficulty is here is it's in. It's so other from being. Being depends on it, but it's so other from being, meaning it's so beyond being itself that it's the ground of it, but it's beyond of it. It's beyond it. So that being is a personal deity. Okay. It is a personal deity with what we call, you could say, attributes and qualities. Right. And one of the relationships of those qualities is the relationship between substance and quality. Just like the relationship between what we would say in your tradition, probably body and soul, right? You can't really extricate them, or can you in your tradition?
Well, they are. I mean, they are separate. Yes,
they're separate, right? But like, are they not one? Like you as Muhammad are both body and soul, right?
Of course. I mean, a person is a body and a soul.
Right,
so we define a person as being a body and soul.
So is that like, say when you go to Jannah, would you be just a spirit, or is a spirit body together?
No, okay. So this is a good point. Maybe Brother Mansur, maybe you can come in on this one.
No, you will not only be a spirit, but you will have a recreated body.
Okay,
not the body that we experience here, but that you will have a body as well.
So in this context, so the nature of the divine to us, Brahman to us, is the nature of substance and quality, the nature of body and soul. We are Brahman insofar as I say, hey, Muhammad, when I'm referring to Muhammad, I'm talking about the person that's embodied, right? That has a body. I'm not saying Muhammad and his soul. I say Muhammad. So that same kind of linguistic connection, the nature of God and human or soul is. The soul is the body of God. So the God is in relationship is the conversation. I mean, it's the context.
So this is where the idea of there is a spark of divinity within all of us comes from, yes?
Yeah, so this is where we have to get a little more like nuance, right? So within the larger philosophy, what there is there's what we call tattvas. What tattvas are realities of existence, right? So at the base level, there is Brahman, who is the origin, the source, everything. From Brahman, there are two general categories that we call Purusha, which we mean by Purusha, we also mean the soul, Jiva. I rather use the term Atman. The soul has a little too loaded.
Yeah, sure.
Because
okay.
For us, when we say soul, Atma, it doesn't mean personality. It doesn't mean thinking. It just means pure first-person consciousness, a unique first-person consciousness. That is a Purusha. And then there's Prakriti, means material, or Prakriti. So the formation of action, or before action, there's this lump or activity, right? So that Prakriti is nature. So the interaction between this soul or atmas and nature creates all this. So prakriti is also called pradhana, which means the unformed, undifferentiated, and it becomes differentiated into reality.
So does the Atma maintain a connection with Brahman, or does it become disconnected when it becomes
never disconnected?
Materialized?
So even the world itself is considered, again, the body of Brahman too. So when we say Brahman is the world, what we mean is just like you say, I am Muhammad. You can't separate the I from Muhammad, but there clearly is this I-ness that's so uniquely that animates Muhammad. The same way Brahman animates all of reality and all selves. He is the I in the jiva. He is the I in the world.
Okay, so this raises right, because this raises an interesting question then. So what is the concept of causation in your then? Do you accept causation then?
So our tradition. So within the Hindu fold, there's basically two major views of causation. One is Satyakarvada, which is that the effect is a true outcome of the cause, and then there's Vivartavada, which is basically that the effect is apparent in the cause. So it's just apparently occurring. It's no actual real change. It's just appearance. It just appears to be that way.
So the first one is like an occasionalist
yes.
view,
So in that sense, like we would say we're closer to Al-Ghazali in the sense of occasionalism within our tradition, right? So cause and effect are the core of all the Indian traditions. Karma, right? This all karma means. Karma just means cause and effect as a cycle. And
but this would mean then that Brahman is when you say the question then arises though is if the Atman is also connected, then how is it not just Brahman doing all of this to himself? Or I mean, there's no gender there, but I'm just going to use the word he because
you can use he, she as you wish, right? So this is one of the conversation pieces, right? Where the Gita, for example, Krishna says to the extent Ishvara Sarva Bhutanam Hrideshu Arjuna Tishtiti. So Ishvara, or the Lord, sits in the hearts of all beings, Brahmayan Sarva Bhutani, spinning them around as if they are instruments, right? So in some sense, when we think about the world, we think because God's infinitely knowledgeable, right? He's all knowledgeable. He's all knowing, he's all powerful, all doing.
Of course, so we agree to those, yes.
Yes. So in that context, everything must be God's action and everything must be God's knowledge. Because his action and his knowledge and what occurs cannot be different.
Right. So we have a difference there. So when the knowledge of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Mansur, how would we explain? Because we don't believe Allah is in everything, nor is everything in Allah, but we do believe that in Allah's knowledge.
This is where we need to understand again, where our particular grounding in terms of the reality. So with the two different traditions that you talked about, again, yours is the Vishishta Advaita, in which you said about something which is qualified monism.
Yeah.
Now, I want to just bring in Abdul Rahman in here in terms of the perspective on these issues, because when you talk about God or the being and, whether you are actually part of that being or not, and that everything else is an illusion or not, in contrast to what we believe in terms of the model of creation. Abdul Rahman, are you there?
He might be on mute. But I just want to say,
for us,
we don't have
here.
illusion. In my tradition, we don't have illusion. So that's Advaita. That's not Vishishta Advaita.
Well, I mean, okay, so this is a separate question, but I want to park it for separate, because as we said earlier,
so you have within the Sanatana Dharma tradition, one is the Advaita, and of course yours is the opposite traditions there.
It's not opposite. Again, I mean, it's tough to say that. I mean, there's a lot of different traditions, but mine is one of them.
Yeah. So do you believe in creation? That are we creation? I mean, this is where I think we need to differentiate between
what do you define creation for me?
Exactly.
From your perspective, yeah.
So Abdurrahman, do you want to take, because he's got limited time, I want to get Abdurrahman in perspective.
Yeah, inshallah. So I mean, I just if I could just ask first, so I can get a general overview of the discussion. I wasn't here from the start. You were talking about epistemology in the beginning, and how we could come to know things about God, how we could come to know that God exists, and what religion is the truth and whatnot. You yourself are a Hindu, so do you see from within like your epistemic perspective that this picture you're putting forward of God and the world and Hinduism is the truth?
It's the truth as far as I can know it. Yeah.
That's fine. That's okay. But then I guess the confusion is because it sounded like, and maybe I'm wrong, but it sounded like you were being a bit skeptical of our ability to know things about God and infer things about there being a perfect being and whatnot. Yeah,
I think that's incorrect. Because I did say from the get-go that we all agree that there's a God, that there's means to know God, right? So that I think is like is off the table insofar as we all agree there. So the question is about like, okay, so we have to understand how we can know God, right? Like some sense is our tradition says one can know God through experience of in and of itself, like maybe it's similar to fitra, right? Maybe it is similar to a sense of yearning or a sense of, it could be, I need to explore that more. But I do think the sense that we're talking about is, so some people don't have any experience of God the way that we would think about it. Like, but we postulate that anyone can. You can meditate, you can get into deep states of ecstasy in those moments that you have these deep spiritual experiences. That is what's known as samadhi, the joining, the union of the individual with the supreme in experience. And that experience, we say, can validate or prove not the nature of God, but the knowledge that there is a deity. Outside of texts,
and
so
that's
the texts are different.
Right? And that's not any experience, right? It's is it like, is there a specific process you must go through, or is it any kind of meditation? No, any kind of spiritual experience.
So it can be any kind of spiritual experience because our tradition does not deny, like, for example, if you're in a Sufi who's doing their practice can have the same experience of Brahman as anyone else can. It doesn't require that you follow our tradition per se. We do claim we have a method and a process that has been refined over hundreds of years, thousands of years. Like yoga is one of the ways. Not yoga today as we do like downward dog and this like this yoga pants Lululemon nonsense. What I'm talking about is like yoga within the Patanjali style, which talks about it's called Ashtanga, which means 8 limbs, which includes like things like niyama, yama, which is things to do, things not to do, dharana, dhyana, samadhi, ishvara pradhan. So it gives you a process which you follow that one can lead to what's known as samadhi, which is the union, the experience of the divine.
But I have a question. So go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah. Well, I was going to ask. So we're moving into the realm of subjective versus objective experience now.
No, right? And this is where I think is like, so all objective experience that we call objective is at some point a collective experience of subjectiveness. We know this chair is here because it's validated by 100 different people that know this chair is here. Like, that's how epistemologically we know it.
No, I understand that. So I'm not arguing for the sake of arguing. What I'm trying to establish is, how do we know an experience, no matter how eclectic it was and how revelatory it was, how do we know that was real versus somebody who is, say, untruthful about that experience? How do you differentiate the two? So this is a serious question, right?
So the question I pose within my tradition, all experiences of the real, right? What it's every experience one has is a real experience. What is the nature of that experience is not going to be necessarily what you thought it was, right? There's concepts that we put onto an experience, and then there's the experience themselves. The experience themselves, everyone has that's real.
Yeah, so let me qualify that. So I don't disagree that when I have an experience, I go to sleep, I dream, I do something, that's a real experience for me.
Right.
But then for me to make a claim that this is in some way revelatory or in some way must therefore be used to conduct a spiritual teaching, that's a different level of claim and experience now, right? It's real to me. Sure, I sleep, I dream, and that's fine. But as soon as I make some claims, then I need some justification for those claims. And what I'm asking really is, where's your justification?
For which particular claim?
For validating any of these claims that said people make.
Okay, so there's a couple things, and this is where we get into things like the Vedas, right? So the Vedas, we say, okay, we have experience of Brahman, or what we believe to be Brahman. Does it comport with what's being said in the Upanishads? Does it connect to that? Is there a way to know if these two are congruent?
But
right?
isn't that presupposing the truthfulness of your scripture?
Yeah. So absolutely.
But why would you presuppose its truthfulness?
So what we claim within our tradition is that the Vedas are known as what's apaurusheya, which is they're not created by man, nor are they created by God. They're the emanation of God, like what we say is the equivalent of God's breath. It's existed forever, and this is it exists in our world because the rishis, in their states of meditation or whatever you want to call it, saw the Vedas, saw or heard the Vedas, as you want to call it, and they're putting it down into not practice, but let's say into the form in this world.
Okay, so I want to go back to Abdul Rahman here because we have a different concept of truth in Islam then, because that doesn't tally with the way we understand reality and truth.
Sure.
So Abdul Rahman, do you want to go back to the earlier point you were making? Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, I mean, I guess no, there's no problem. I guess the issue is with the saying that this provides epistemic access, and maybe it's not an issue per se, because I think we generally agree that experience is like a means towards attaining truths about the world. But I think your position, and correct me if I'm wrong, your position is going to boil down to all kinds of spiritual experiences are experiences of God, just in different ways. And exactly. And if that's the case, then I mean that just collapses the whole traditional, at least the classic concept of truth. Because if my experience of God, I have, it's not just Sufis, right? And like some of us are Sufis as well. But then it's like I have spiritual experiences of God, right?
Sure.
And my experience of God is not this pure being concept of God that you're putting forward. Sure. It is more of the Islamic concept of God. But then if that's a real experience, and your experience is a real experience, and you're saying that this is an epistemic means, a tool through which we attain knowledge about God, then it seems like we are accessing different and mutually exclusive information about the same being, both of which are correct.
Not necessarily true, right? This is for example, in the Gita gives the perspective that when Krishna says in the Gita, he says, to each person that seeks me, they approach me in their own way. And to them, I respond in the way they approach me. So if you approach him in the Islamic way, within the Hindu Vishishta Advaita or Hindu tradition generally, Vishnu, Krishna, Brahman responds back to you in that way. So he validates your spiritual experience so that you continue on the path you're going. Because for Krishna, he says, anyone that's on the path of spirituality will never fall from it. And he will do, this is the line of Ananya Shintiyanto Man Yejana Paripasate. Whatever they have gained, he will make sure they keep and they don't lose. So even a person that's following the spiritual path, whatever that path is, he will reaffirm it and support it and come to them in that manner.
But the real one is yours, right? I mean, for you, from your perspective, the ultimate truth is going to be the experience that the let's say trained Hindu has in like experiencing God, or a non-Hindu, but like it's going to be that highest level of meditation or spirituality that experiences this pure being. That's going to be the ultimate truth, right? Or is it?
No, there's different ways. I mean, if God is truly infinite and it has infinite qualities of wonder, you know, you can experience him in different ways. And to say one is ultimate and the other is not ultimate, I think it kind of degrades God. Right, like
Mukunda, let's go back to the earlier point actually, because we never established how we get to the attributes.
Sure. Yeah.
So do you want to ask that question again? For while Abdurrahman's here, so we got to the ultimate being, and you're saying okay, that's fine, we can agree on all. But then, how do you make the jump from that to a being with attributes?
Right,
or does it need them? Or does it not? So Abdurrahman, let's go because that's the foundation.
But the brother. Yeah, but the brother said a while ago that it's a being who has attributes and stuff. So that seems like it's a point of agreement. I don't know why. Like, I don't know why that was even a question, to be honest. If that, because you did say that it's a being of like pure actuality.
The reason it comes up is because I don't want to sort of hammer this point if it's not needed. But you said there are other traditions that don't agree to this, and the reason I asked the question is, then from our perspective, Islamic perspective, they can't all be true.
Well,
right.
I mean,
if truth matters, then either one view is true and therefore the others are not.
That's not so. That
explain. Okay, go explain.
That doesn't purport, right? Like this is the same thing, like the typical example within the Hindu, Buddhist, Jain tradition of the elephant and the 8 people that feel each part of the elephant, the blind men, right? Have you guys heard this one?
We have, yes.
Okay.
So if you want to say it for the audience,
but before you go on, I'm sorry. I just so you could just pin this on to your answer. Just keep it in mind. When we're saying that there are different conceptions, all of which are mutually exclusive and true on your view, it's not that. I'm not talking about different angles of something. What I'm saying is two theories that are completely mutually exclusive in the sense that my experience of God and my tradition says that your experience of God is not true. So you would literally be affirming a as explicit a contradiction as you can get if you say that both of these experiences are true, because you're saying that my experience is true and my experience says that yours isn't true, yet your experience says that yours and mine are true.
So what you're talking about is a different thing. No one has an experience of saying yours is not true. I mean, that just doesn't work that way. Experience isn't foundationally that way. That's a concept of language and logic.
I don't mean your experience. I mean what you're experiencing, as in the conception of God that you're experiencing is not the true conception of God.
God that says you can't experience. I mean, that's not an experience of God, right? If experience of God means like when I experience myself, I don't have experience of myself saying something. I can know myself,
brother, I can experience God telling me Hinduism is false, right? Fine. So that's an experience. So that's all I need. So the point is that if you're validating my experience and saying that mine is just as valid and genuine as yours, and they're both means towards the ultimate truth or an angle of truth, then
I said the experience is real, right? Your experience is real. Well, the contents of the experience and how we describe them might not be true in the sense of where you're holding it.
But the only sense in which it matters is the epistemic sense, because you brought this up as a means to attain knowledge about God. So the experience itself is true in like some Cartesian sense that I think therefore I am. Yeah, fine. But then the idea is the epistemic aspect is what we're concerned with here. Does it give you knowledge of God?
Well, the experience should. I mean, okay. Actually, let me phrase this. Okay, all experience is real. Okay, we agree on that, right?
For the individual, for sure. Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So if all experience is real, you're saying a particular experience that tells you that my God is not your God, right? You have whatever that experience is that just as real or just as true as my experience of saying we're all the same? We all worship the same divinity,
right?
Correct? Is that your question?
in a sense.
I mean, I could give you a real life example: Islam, Christianity. I mean, the God of Islam, it's like they're two completely mutually exclusive positions. Because for the Muslim, experience is the God of Islam revealing to his prophet and to him that God is one and that Jesus is his messenger and God has no sons and he begets not, nor was he begotten. Now the Christian,
but how's that experience? That's a text, right? That's telling you something, right?
No,
Is
but then but then right now, how are you going to delimit the concept of experience in the sense of what it could or couldn't give me in terms of information? Like the Prophet Muhammad, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his experience of revelation basically gave him that.
Yeah, but his experience is not your experience. So again,
but that's not the point. But the point is, for you, they're all the same.
No. Well, no, it's not, because I could talk to Muhammad about his, the Prophet Muhammad, if he was here, to talk to him about his experience and to see where we differ and where we would agree. Like, for example, he has clearly agreements on God is all powerful, God is all knowing, God is infinite. Those are all in agreement. Now, the difference is going to be he's going to say, for some reason, your God is not my God. Then, but
no, sorry, not. It's sort of the conception that we have in Islam of God is not the multiplicity of conception that you have in your traditions. And what we're saying is, if we take Islam out of the equation temporarily, then even the multiplicity of conceptions that you have of this ultimate supreme being are epistemically contradictory.
Like,
right, at a foundational level. So,
like what?
Either you have what you have, which is what you said, qualified monism, or you have unqualified monism,
or you
they
have
can't
duality.
both be true. Or you have so which one is the reality?
No, this is where we have paraconsistent logic. This isn't like the Cartesian or the Aristotelian, one or the other.
So this is like sorry for interrupting, but this is like the analytical philosophy that the Christians are using, right? Where they're saying there are no real contradictions. Sorry, real contradictions do exist, and therefore we can actually validate the fact that what looks contradictory on the face of it can actually be justified.
Yeah, in some sense, yes.
Raghavan, do you want to respond to that?
I mean, that's fine if you hold to that, but the idea is, I don't know how we can have a discussion about epistemology when, at least in the classical sense, the foundations are being completely shoved aside here. So
this is Western epistemology versus Eastern epistemology. So
true, but even if we're going to have that discussion, there needs to be some kind of a common ground from which we can start. And if something as basic as identity isn't even there, I'm not sure how far we can go.
My system has identity. So if you talk about Advaita, it doesn't have identity in terms of individuals. There's only Brahman as the ground of all being, and Brahman even isn't a personality in Advaita, right? Brahman is Satchitananda, which is just reality, consciousness, and bliss. That's all Brahman is.
Not that identity. So what we mean is the law of identity. Do you agree to
the law of identity?
The law of identity. Do you agree to the law of identity as being valid?
In most cases, yes. Some cases, no.
Okay, so explain how. So you see, if we don't agree to the foundational premises, I know you call it Aristotelian logic, but Aristotelian logic is the only logic that we intuitively understand.
Not true.
Okay, go explain. Okay, explain.
We have an entire world of both Chinese logic and Indian logic that aren't Aristotelian in nature, where we do accept at a foundational level things can be one thing and another thing in multiple ways, right? So, which is the entire tradition. So, just because, we're raised in the West, we're raised in Western logic, we think that way. But in India, there's always a lot more gray. In Indian thought, there's an area where God is both formless and formed. That is perfectly consistent for us, meaning he can possess both things as qualities.
Brother, you just said it's perfectly consistent for you, and that doesn't sound very consistent. Excuse the pun.
Right, because
it's consistent in what sense? Like, consistency isn't even important for you. So I don't get it.
Absolutely, it's important, but we have a different conception of consistency. Our consistency, for example, is in the world we live in. functionally speaking, for the most part, logic and these things are totally true in that sense, right?
So just pragmatically, right? But then the point is that when you're talking about ultimate reality, which according to your grounds you think you need to talk about in order to talk about God, that really doesn't apply. So consistency isn't really a measure of anything. But then the question is, how can we talk about God and sort of like dialogue about what the ultimate truth is if consistency doesn't matter in such a dialogue? Because I don't think it ultimately does, really, because in such a reality where consistency doesn't really correspond to anything, and it's just like, you know, this abstract, like, you know, experience that doesn't really correspond to anything in the world. That's and the world can I'm talking about ultimate reality. You just said God can be form and formless, right?
Right.
So the idea is like, if he's a form, is he also not a form? No, right? I mean, so it's like that's what I'm saying about this concept of the classical laws of logic applying to reality in a way where if I affirm a truth about the world, it's basically its opposite is not true, or its negation is not true.
When I say God is form and formless, it means God is not bound to any particular form, and God can take all forms. So he's of infinite nature insofar as he can do that. His infinity is not constricted. He's both.
Okay, but then if that's the case, bro, then that's not a good example of you like paraconsistent logic or anything, because then you mean form in two different senses.
How?
But the whole point here, I guess, in order to get out, because you're saying he's not limited by form, but he can take any form.
He has form, which is he has a body of sorts, not our physical body as we conceive of it, but a body, as in, like, for example, I am his individual atma or self is his body, but at the same point he is formless because he doesn't be limited by any particular form. And
so let me just grant for the sake of that I don't think that's a contradiction. So what I'm saying is that because I don't think it's a contradiction, then I don't think it's a good example for you to bring up when we're talking about classical logic versus paraconsistent logic. Okay. So what I think is a good example is what we were talking about in terms of epistemology a while ago, where two mutually exclusive experience of the same entity, completely mutually exclusive, could both be true at the same time. So, I guess
it's the elephant again. The elephant example. One person hugs the trunk of the elephant and thinks the elephant's the definition of an elephant is like this tensile thing. Other one hugs the leg of the elephant and thinks it's like a pillar. And they both are talking about the same thing, but they're talking about it from different perspectives.
So what if they're like hugging the same thing? Like what if it's like literally the trunk? Yeah, but then so that means what you brought up earlier about paraconsistent logic isn't very relevant, because what you're saying is that no, the experience couldn't be mutually exclusive. What we are experiencing is different aspects of the same entity. Is that correct?
Right, but the infinity can have opposite qualities. Like infinity can be both light and dark. Infinity can be bounded and unbound.
In different ways, as you've explained a while ago. Yeah, that wouldn't be a contradiction. So I don't see the paraconsistent logic as relevant.
But here's my point. Again, if God is all things, again, this is where I'm going back to that point. God is all things, then God encompasses all things. So therefore, there is no, when I say it's consistent, it's because God is those things.
Yeah, but I'm not that's actually what I'm saying. What I'm saying. No, it's fine. Okay. No, what I'm saying is the way you've re-explained that position is that it is consistent, and that's actually the problem. So right now it seems like we're still within the bounds of our classical logic, and then I'm going to go back to this experience thing and say that two experience can be mutually exclusive of like what you call the ultimate reality. And I don't know, maybe you can put some restrictions on that and say that my experience can't rule out what your experience is telling you ultimate reality is, but I think it can, because I think there can be two realities that are mutually exclusive and two different experiences. One of them would be correct and the other would be incorrect. But I think just overall what I would say, and maybe we can go into this, is that, since we're talking about epistemology, it's I think one of the most important things in in exploring these things is basically being like economical about your views, in the sense that you shouldn't affirm things that you don't need to affirm, at least considering we're starting off from a standpoint of like pure reason, right? I mean, what could we know epistemologically? Of course, there are things you can know through revelation that you couldn't necessarily know through just pure reason. But the point is, if we're approaching it philosophically, what I would say is that we can know, and we both agree on both sides, that we can know that there is an ultimate creator of reality. We can know God exists, He's personal, and He has attributes.
Sure.
And I think the common sense view for most people is that creation and creator are distinct. Now, I think you're going a step beyond that in like metaphysically speaking, and you're saying that that distinction is an illusion. I don't know if you're using those words.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Okay, that's okay. So then you have something to say basically about the identity of the creator in relation to creation.
Correct.
And you're saying much more about him being basically pure being, and you add this metaphysical baggage that, from my perspective, I would just have to sit and listen and be like, okay, well, why do I have to affirm any of that? Because the common ground that we affirm, that there is a creator, and the common sense view that creator is distinct from creation. There's one creator, he's distinct from creation. I just stop there. Now, I don't know why, especially considering what it looks like it's going to take us to in terms of like the relativism about experience and stuff like that. I don't see why anyone would need to go there. Yeah.
A couple of points, right? So we agree on clearly the point of there's God has qualities, that there's, I mean, before we got into it, where I think Mansur was asking me about creation. Do I believe in creation? And I responded, well, it depends on what you mean by creation. Because within my tradition of Vishishtadvaita, God doesn't create ex nihilo, right? And in fact, even the world that exists, or not that exists as it is today, but the nature of Prakriti, which is before the existence of the world, and then also the nature of the self, well, the Atma, is not created by God, but is dependent on God. And the word creation, in our sense, means merely kind of a sort of manifestation or expansion of the world into from potentiality to actuality, or unmanifest to manifest.
But then don't you think, again, like the common sense view, that would be like the starting point of any two people talking about the word creation, is that creation is to like basically bring something into existence. And again, you're taking it to a deeper level, metaphysically speaking, where I again ask, well, why? Because it looks like the world is created in that sense.
Well, I mean, I'm not entirely getting what you're saying. I mean, we agree that this world came into being, but what we define as being, again, is dependent. And this is where English is going to fail at this level, because what I'm saying is it's manifesting, and you guys think it's created ex nihilo, right?
Sorry, I don't understand. Can you explain that a bit?
When I say it's manifesting, it's existed since forever, because it is the body. It's the body of God, Brahman, in the sense I talked about earlier, and it's existed from time immemorial, and it goes through phases of contraction and then expansion. So the world, the universe, can dissolve and go back into a state of unmanifestness, and then manifest again. And the universe, I don't just mean like our universe. And I'm sorry if the terms are, because we have a sense of multiple universes, multiple timelines, all this other stuff, right? So I use the term Prakriti to mean, and universe to mean all of that. So it becomes manifest and unmanifest. And as it becomes manifest, it's called creation. And when it becomes unmanifest, it's called quote unquote destruction. Even though there's nothing destroyed, there's nothing created, it's always existed. And that's how we define.
But maybe let me ask this so you can clarify what you're saying. Is there any particular, basically, like on your view, is there a particular in existence, not some abstract universal, a particular that is eternal alongside God?
Can you explain that?
So particulars are like a rock, a specific lump of matter. The universe is a particular.
You mean that's separate from God?
separate from God is going to be a bit tricky given your view.
No. That's what I'm asking. Are you asking, is there a particular separate from God?
However, you're using the word universe here, okay? And saying that it is created. Is there anything within that universe that, as a particular, is eternal? As a particular thing?
No, I mean, it's the universe. The universe and the soul, or the Atma, they're both, you could call those particulars, I guess, yeah, because they are the, if you say substance, quality, they're quality. You can use that sense, or we use the term, amsha and amshi, which is, we use the term part, but we don't actually mean part in the Western.
And it's the same, like, it's the same thing, like, in terms of identity, roughly speaking, that it's the same universe, like, so for example, like humans, right? So humanity or human would be like the universal, and like me, Abdul Rahman, would be the particular, right?
Well, so, dependent upon this universe, yes. I mean, it's not to say that they, like, when the universe expands again, it's the exact same thing. It's not.
Okay, so then would you say that there are just like different kinds of creation that keep coming into existence and then going out of existence?
Yeah. This is where the law of karma is, right? This is where the karma applies. It's the universe flows according to cause and effect.
Yeah, that's fine. But then I could just say exactly that, and there are people even within the Muslim tradition who hold to that view, and still have the simpler, more common sense view that I have about God being separate from creation, the one creator, and not bringing in the metaphysical baggage that you bring in with your view. So I don't see what this particular point adds in favor of your position.
What particular point? I guess I'm lost.
The particular point about creation, because when I mentioned that my view is basically more common sense, simpler. We agree upon it, and I don't.
What's more common sense?
The basic part that we agree upon, the existence of one creator. The creator is separate from created. He has attributes. I can stop right there in terms of a basic conception of God, and not say everything you're saying about God being pure being, not say everything you're saying about identity, not say everything you're saying about experiences epistemologically leading to the same reality by different routes. I don't have to say any of that. What I mean is you're adding metaphysical baggage, which is fine if we have reason to believe it. But I just don't that's the point. Right now I'm at a stage where, like, I would just simply ask you why I would have to add that baggage to that very basic view that we kind of share as a common ground, that it just gives me an intelligible view of God.
Right, but in the same sign, like, I can say, like, having a concept of ex nihilo would be baggage, right? I mean, we both come to the table with baggage. Absolutely, we do.
Of course. But I'm talking about, like, what we agree upon, and in order to move forward with the discussion, I'm like, what I told you is that, well, I don't have to accept an ex nihilo conception. Depending on what you mean by ex nihilo, of course, but there are people even within the Islamic tradition that accept a perpetual creation model. So I'm saying that's not a point that's like break the difference, right? That's not a point.
The whole point wasn't about to. I guess the discussion before you joined wasn't like a debate or going back forth. They're just trying to understand each other's position. So that's why.
Sorry to interrupt.
I'm not
guys,
trying to debate you in that sense.
Sorry to interrupt, Abdurrahman. I think there's some noise coming from your microphone. Maybe your headphone or something is touching something when you're talking.
Yeah, it's my jacket, I think. Is this clear?
Yeah, go on. When you speak, I'll know. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so
I was just saying, like, no, what we were discussing was just about what we each believe, right? So that's why that's the perspective I was providing about these other things. So I apologize if you.
No, I appreciate that. No, my point isn't to debate you in the sense that unless you prove to me why I have to accept this metaphysical baggage, then I won the debate or something. No, my point is that, in fact, like, what I'm asking is basically a means towards understanding your view, because one of the best ways to understand people's views is like why do you believe this, and why do you think I should believe it? So that's my point. It's not like I'm asking it in an like argumentative or confrontational way.
So let me come in here, Brooke. So Mukunda, the reverse view is, if you asked us the questions, why do we believe what we believe, then what Abdul Rahman just said about, basically where he stopped, that's the Islamic position. And we have justification to get this far and no further, and add no further metaphysical baggage, because we have no reason to justify the rest of it. What we're asking in return is, because you go beyond that stage, what is your justification? Why do you have to go to that stage?
So,
now, remember, at this point in the discussion, we have no revelation, we have no scripture, nothing. So all we have is intuition and logic to go with for now.
Yeah, but
So
we would say the same thing. Like, so at the end of the day, all the theological stuff and metaphysical stuff that comes along is a way for us to think through things. At the end of the day, worshiping God, Brahman, is all one needs. Now, we can talk about what that means because we have different ideas, but I wouldn't disagree with you there. I mean, I think no one is going to disagree. I think we're all on the same page there. This is not about simply taking the base position of there's a God, there are attributes, the creation is distinct from God or somehow related to God. I mean, we could agree on that.
No, sorry. I don't mean to belabor the point, but it does matter because later on you're making metaphysical claims that they're all part of existence. And what we're saying is, logically and intuitively, we don't arrive there. We arrive at this separation.
Well,
right. So what we're saying is, how do you make that jump?
So
that's what
I would disagree with there because logically, intuitively, we know that something can't come out of nothing. We don't have a single explanation of this. So, which is why we're saying the pre-existent thing is always going to be Brahman.
Okay, so is that something you want to explore? The ex nihilo, Abdul-Rahman, is that something you want to explore? Because I think this is a sticking point.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to simplify it. But so I wanted to simplify it because I was saying that, I mean, even if we grant that, then my point was that we could look within the Islamic tradition and see how some people hold to a different view, and it's not completely essential in the sense that. Sorry, 1 second. It's not essential in the sense that it doesn't really show us the difference here. It doesn't give us the reason why. Okay, your metaphysical baggage is suddenly justified because of this point. Like, I don't see the link right now between creation ex nihilo being false and us. Seeing the justification behind all these points we discussed about your conception of God. How do we make that jump? So I can grant you the creation ex nihilo point, and I'm adding to it that if creation ex nihilo is, let's say, counterintuitive or even like incoherent, that still doesn't justify your view. I could still stay where I'm at and take a different view about creation. Again, the particular points we're talking about that distinguish our view from yours, that go beyond the common ground that we agree upon and add the metaphysical baggage you're bringing in about God, identity, experience, and all of that stuff.
So here's the thing is, even logically speaking at some level, if you have to admit that existence, like say the world itself, could not come from nothing, it must be there previously. It could either come from being a separate entity from God, or it can be part and parcel of God, right? Correct?
Wait, you're saying that's the logical necessity?
No. I'm saying I'm giving options here, right? Like, if something is not created from nothing, it must come from something.
If something is not created from nothing, then it's created from something. Yes.
Correct.
That's
right?
Yeah.
So at this point, all we've established is that there's a being and there's this world. And that this world somehow came from something else.
Okay.
Correct?
Yeah. Now, I think where I'd want to go, I don't know, maybe you disagree, is okay. Now, how from this point on, how do we get to all that stuff about pure actuality, identity, experience, and stuff like that? Like,
well, it goes the same with you ourselves, right? I exist, you exist, we all exist. That existence must be based on something. It's either independently based, we can't be created ex nihilo again, so it must have existed before, or it came from something.
Yeah, but that's already granted by the creation.
I'm separating the world and our sense of our consciousness, right? So I'm making these 2 points. So for us, within our tradition, there's only 3 quote unquote entities. There's Brahman, the world, and the self, or Atma. And Brahman is the base for the other 2.
Wait, okay, so maybe I'm misunderstanding what you mean here. So when you're saying something is created from something, do you mean like, is it like mereological nihilism sort of view where things are just recombinations of other things? Like it's nothing new ever existed or nothing new ever came into being. It's just a recombination of prior matter or something? Yeah. No, I mean, I don't have to accept that view to accept that things are created from other things. Well, because then you'd be taking it much further and saying that, well, in order to accept that things come from other things, I have to be a mereological nihilist and basically say that, look, this cup doesn't exist because it's just a recombination of prior matter. Oh, sorry. What I'm saying is, yeah, can you hear me? Hello?
Mukunda, can you hear us? You're frozen again, Mukunda. Yeah, you're frozen again. Okay, just wait for your broadband to catch up.
Am I audible or?
No, you're fine. Abdul Rahman, you're fine.
Yeah, you. I think Mukunda, we just have to wait for him to reconnect back. It's just some kind of lag there in his connection.
You know, California, the heart of Silicon Valley, and they can't even provide decent broadband. There he's back.
Mukunda,
I'm just saying, Mukunda. I was just saying, you're in California, the heart of Silicon Valley, and you can't even get decent broadband. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Sorry, Abdullah, I lost you.
No, it's okay. It's all right.
No, that's fine. That's fine. That's okay. Yeah. So what I was saying about this point about, sorry, give me a second because I'll probably disconnect too if I don't fix my mic. Let me just disconnect it. Okay, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yes, perfect. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So what I was saying about this recombination point, right, was that it seems like you're saying that in order for me to accept, for the sake of argument, that things can be created from other things, that I'd have to accept that creation is a mere recombination of those other things, but I don't have to, because it's almost as if you'd have to add more metaphysical baggage right now and say that because of your view of like creation ex materia, this cup, for example, or this cup I'm holding, it doesn't exist because it's a recombination of prior material.
That's not true.
On a certain level, if you're a mereological nihilist, it doesn't exist. On another common sense level, it exists. I agree, but my point is that if you are saying that things would just be mere recombinations of other things, then are you saying nothing ever really comes into existence as like an identity, a new thing?
No. So what I'm saying is, look, if a thing exists even for a second, it's a real thing and it exists. You can't say it's phenomenologically existent, therefore. So we're not that school of thought. We are a realist school of thought. Things are real. They exist. If they exist through eternity, whether it's going to be in right the second or sometime later. It's not like that. So we're not merely.
Okay, so you exist and you haven't always existed. That's clear,
well. Who again? And this is where it gets. I don't mean to be obtuse on this, and this is where I'm saying, if you're talking about me as Mukunda, I exist for a time period. Myself, which is the Atma, exists eternally.
What's your self? Can you explain that? Like
from before you joined, I said there's those entities. The Atma is an individual consciousness. It's just consciousness and knowledge that exists. That is a first-person perspective on the world, on the universe, and so there's infinite number of those, which is where our sense of self is.
And they're eternal, right?
Yeah.
And what was added to that basically brought you into existence? Is it the body or?
Well, yes. Mukunda is basically a component of nature, and the self sees the world through that prism.
Okay, so that component of nature, let's call it the body, right? That one is not eternal. Did it come into being?
Yeah, it came into being. This particular body did. Yeah, it came from two people that my parents and their genetic combinations.
Yeah. So it's not a mere recombination of prior matter in the sense that it is a new idea. It's a new thing that exists, right? Now, if we take just that point alone, then I'll go back to the earlier point where I went off on this tangent. Is where if you were basically trying to say that if we affirm that there's the creator and the created world, and that for the sake of argument, creation ex materia is true, then there is this eternal substance or something through which things are created. that
Yes.
doesn't follow, because you just affirmed that even though you were created from prior things, you didn't always exist. So that prior thing didn't have to always exist either.
No, that's not entirely true, because that prior thing is eternal.
You're
unformed.
saying it's eternal. What I'm saying is that that doesn't necessarily follow, even based on what you just confirmed to me.
Why?
That you just confirmed that you are created from prior things or prior matter, whatever you want to call it, and you're not eternal. So the same applies.
Yeah. This particular name and form is not eternal. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
The matter is eternal.
That's all I need.
No, the matter is eternal.
That's all I need. All I need is one thing. Like, all I need is one thing you're going to say that, look, this thing didn't always exist, and it's created from something prior. Now, if we're just going to look at the pure logical structure, I can apply that to anything. I can say, yeah, well, this thing didn't exist, and it was created from prior matter. That prior matter was created from prior matter. I mean,
you're talking about linguistic norms as being absolute, and I'm saying that's not true. So the sense of matter is always going to be there. What we call it and how it looks is different. So matter, as in this body, is a combination of other things, right? It's a combination of genetics, it's a combination of the food I eat, it's a combination of everything else that happens. So it's just a causal link that's a loop.
But it seems like what you're saying right now is that so it seems like this is new, but it's just a recombination, or am I misunderstanding?
When I use the word new, it's what we, in our linguistic term, this is new. It's not like the matter is new. This matter is existent from time immemorial.
Yeah, but exactly. So then I did understand you correctly initially when I went to the mereological nihilism, and it seems like it is what you're holding to, because that is exactly what I was saying. I was saying that your view would add up to basically boil down to the fact that, well, nothing truly in a metaphysical sense actually emerges or begins to exist, that kind of like collapses identity. Like, basically this this bench right in front of me, it does not exist in the sense that it doesn't have this identity that it didn't previously have. It's just this eternal matter that's just taking this new form, and that's not really. Yeah, that's the point. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that so that's. I mean, we can add this point as well as like further metaphysical baggage that I think it's not just that you'd need to justify. I think it's really contrary to just the general common sense intuition that people have about things existing.
Well, no. I mean, things existing. All we know in this world are things exist from prior things.
Yes, but that doesn't mean that they don't begin to exist. You're saying they exist from prior things. Yeah, that's my point, brother. So maybe I'm not being clear. My point is that saying that things exist from prior things does not entail mereological nihilism. Mereological nihilism is the view that only fundamental things exist and they just get recombined. Nothing. Basically, there's nothing emergent in a real metaphysical sense. That's the point.
Well, the effect is in the cause. If you're saying so, it's a cycle. So, like, if the analogy is there's clay and there's a pot, and the pot is made from the clay, therefore the pot doesn't exist because it gets broken up afterwards. I think that's not true, because the sense of, for example, you and I, like me, like myself, this unique person is a combination of both material being reformed and a particular self viewing itself or viewing the world through that body.
Is that self, does that self have a beginning?
No.
So yeah, so everything is eternal. So I mean, what really, and remember, I'm talking in a metaphysical sense. Has anything began to exist?
Everything's always existed.
Yeah, there you go. So that's what I was saying. Now okay, I mean, I don't know if we're gonna have the time to talk about that, but see, everything always existed, I don't think is a view that to put it mildly, I don't think we have to accept it. I mean, there are positions against it, and I think it's very counterintuitive. But then just to add to that, I think the more relevant point is that in order for me to say that things were created from prior things, I don't have to commit to the view that you're putting forward, that things are just mere recombinations. I don't have, that's just, there's no like logical entailment there, certainly. And there are metaphysical positions that don't necessitate, that kind of view. So I can say things. Sorry?
So give me one that doesn't require there be a prior material that it gets reconstituted into something else.
A very simple example would be like, phenomena that philosophers talk about in terms of being like strongly emergent. The most obvious example being consciousness.
Yeah, but we don't say consciousness is emergent. Consciousness is.
No, you don't say that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that you're saying consciousness is, but then I certainly, from my experience, I mean, and I think experience does matter from your view very strongly, probably stronger than it does matter for me. My experience certainly did begin to exist from my perspective. So, conscious experience, my consciousness. Certainly
as Abdul Rahman and Mukunda, our conscious experiences started at some point. Yeah.
Can I quickly ask a question here?
Sure.
Mukunda, you said that the soul always existed.
Yeah.
Mukunda came into existence later on, and you also mentioned your consciousness right now.
Consciousness is soul, right?
But
the
Atma is also soul, right?
Well, Atma is, I mean, I use the term soul. I shouldn't, but it should be Atma has the nature of consciousness. Its very nature is consciousness, and also possesses consciousness as a quality, meaning it can know things.
Okay, so what is your real identity? Are you the eternal Atma?
Yes.
Or are you the Mukunda who came on later?
Well, I am the eternal Atma who is now in this form of Mukunda, experiencing the world as Mukunda.
Yeah, but what's your real identity?
Again,
because one
Atma's
existed
identity
always.
Is Atma. Mukunda is an emergent of some sort of the interaction of Atma with Prakriti.
Does that mean you have two identities?
No, I have one identity ultimately, but I have an identity
That's what I want to know.
in which I engage with the world. Yeah.
So what is that ultimate identity of yours? Is it the Atma which always existed?
Atma. Always.
Okay. Then you acquired an additional identity, which is Mukunda, which is your consciousness.
Yeah. No,
So
it's not my consciousness. It is how consciousness engages with the world. So my consciousness is Atma.
Did your consciousness always exist?
Yes.
And were you aware of that?
Mukunda was not, no.
So that's why I'm asking, Mukunda, is that a separate consciousness?
So when you go to sleep, are you aware of being asleep?
No, I'm not.
Okay, but you know that you had a prior moment of sleeping and awakeness. In the same way, the same analogy applies to the nature of Atma.
Yeah, but sleep is temporary. Okay, you don't
that's
sleep.
What we're saying is the exact nature of the self.
You don't sleep all the time for eternity.
Body, you only remember when the new body consciousness emerges at some point, but consciousness is always there. So your consciousness is always.
I think the sleep example is not correct here because I have the same body, even though I'm subconscious, not conscious. So it's not the same as your Atma, which is eternal. And then you say the consciousness is also eternal, but Mukunda, was he always aware that he was Mukunda? Or was it somebody else at that time in the past?
Well, the matter that makes me up was something else before.
So some other identity then, is that right?
What?
Was it some other identity?
Well, it could have been just dirt on the ground. It could have been a tree. It could have been whatever, but the matter recombined into becoming a being, which Atma takes.
Yeah, my question is with regards to identity. Is identity based on your soul or on your Atma, which is eternal? Or is it based on these different cycles where you could be an animal, you could be a human being?
No, Hashim, I have to say, we can't appeal to different cycles because we're talking philosophically and logically, because we have no scripture to justify the cyclic nature of the belief yet.
No, but when you say eternal, you have to bring the cycles in.
No, we don't, because I don't want to go there because we haven't justified the previous.
It's like someone being in a coma for 20 years, right? So we know everything in your body changes within every 7 years. You know, so what you were when you went into the coma to what you were when you came out of the coma is entirely different. But you have a sense that you were in a coma. You have a sense that you were awake at one point. You weren't. and you get up, and then your consciousness is still there. So you
Yeah,
know
but
there's
so-
been time passage.
Everyone
Let me
identified
say-
that person in a coma as the same person, right?
I know, but that's the point. Everyone identifies that person.
Yeah.
So you're doing external
But you're saying you
validation.
were
Let me-
identified as something else. You could be dirt.
Well, I mean, this is where there's
there's a
called
change of
Jada-
identity now. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm
Okay.
saying. Yeah.
Let me go back to a previous point, because I think this is
Yeah, go on.
I want to bring it back on track again, because so let me sort of summarize. So in Islam, we don't believe in the eternality of fundamental matter. This is not
Yeah.
something that we
Or,
believe.
or
We
even
believe-
the soul.
or even the
is
soul.
not eternal.
I mean, we
Yeah.
believe everything, including the soul, is a creation of God.
right.
This is a fundamental axiomatic understanding in Islam. No tradition denies this. Now, quite logically, if we say there's no scripture available to me, if I take the position that you just discussed with Abdul Rahman, then it would mean, just in terms of basic physics, that this universe already has all of the possible matter it could ever have already pre-exists, and that no new matter ever enters this system.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, would that be a natural entailment of what you're saying?
Yeah, there's no new matter. Energy is neither created nor destroyed, but remains, in the system. Yeah, it's a system that's self-enclosed.
Okay, but then if on your view you take that perspective, what is the reason for having this supreme being out there somewhere?
There is no out there. What do you mean
separate from creation? Well, no. Because if we said the Islamic position, we get to logically, which is that we have the ultimate being, and the ultimate being creates. Now, what we're saying is we can't make any further metaphysical claim beyond this, and you're saying you can. And what I don't understand is how you justify that jump.
That he creates, and then what? And then what's the
next? So you say if this existence is eternal, then we have two eternals.
No. So this was the thing is like.
Do you understand what I'm
this goes back to my earlier point that I said earlier, that the nature of God, it's all God insofar as we talk of Brahman, because we qualified monism. The entire base.
No, what I'm saying, but what I'm saying is, I understand. Look, I'm not arguing, but what I'm saying, you say this because you've read that into your understanding from your tradition. What I'm saying is, we have no moment where there's no Islam, there's no Hinduism, there's no Vedas, there's no Quran. What I'm saying is, how do you logically justify the position that you're taking?
So this is where the epistemology matters, right?
Yes.
This is where our areas of what we're saying, what we can talk about the world and what we can't talk about the world matter. When it comes to things that we cannot observe through our senses, nor can we logically come to, or because for us, logic again is as a tool of trying to understand whether our perceptions or whatever are justified for their position. If those two cannot answer the question like you're answering right now, the third ultimate authority is Scripture. That's where Scripture has to be.
Right. So let me stop you there. So logically, if we use any of the arguments, whether it's the Kalam, the teleological, the contingency arguments, any of those, we arrive at the position we agree to, which is there is a supreme being, and we agree by definition this supreme being is eternal and pre-existent. We can say this much. We can say this much, yes?
Yeah, but I don't think I could get there through logic. So I don't even take that position.
Yeah. Okay. So you've changed. Okay. So, but we agreed to it earlier.
I said earlier. I agree with you guys that this is I agree fundamentally on this particular issue that there is a God, that he has qualities,
but not that we can arrive to it using using logic.
Yes.
So
okay,
how do you arrive to the conclusion there is a God then?
So this is where I was talking about epistemology. Where does our the means of our knowing, right? What is the limit of what perception, of what we call pratyaksha, or sense perception? Where is that sovereign in its domain? What domain is it sovereign in? What domain is logic sovereign in? What domain is Scripture sovereign?
Do you okay? So let me ask a very fundamental question then, because I hate to rewind, but I think this is an important point. The foundation of of Islam, and you want to understand Islam. So when you say you understand the Kalam cosmological argument and you grant us the Kalam cosmological argument, and what do you actually mean by when you grant it to us? Because what you've just done is deny it.
Yeah, I'm saying I grant it. I'm like, I accept that for argument's sake. I said that in the beginning. For argument's sake, I accept it.
Okay, but then that's not really moving off the point, though, is it? Because what we're saying is, because then you have to say that this argument is somehow faulty, and you don't believe it or you don't trust it.
Yeah.
So now explain to me why the KCA is faulty.
Well, I think for a number of things, the first thing is it makes some presumptions, right? So if we go through the argument, which is there, all things have a beginning, correct? The universe has a beginning, therefore, I totally forget. If you want to go through it for me again.
Well, I want to bring Raghavan in here because he's the expert on this.
Yeah, I got
everything that begins to exist
this has a creator.
Must have a cause.
And then the universe exists. Therefore,
I'm pretty sure earlier you said everything is cause and effect.
Yeah. So
you do already accept the first premise.
Abdurrahman just sent a message that he's got some kids crying, so you won't be able to speak from now.
Okay, so this is the argument. Now I remember it again, right? So everything that exists must have a creator. The world exists.
Not a creator must have a cause.
Must have a cause, right? But we postulate infinite set of causes into the back. So I'm not even saying. So this is why we're saying, like for us, it doesn't prove God. It just proves there's a cause.
That's
so what
fine.
could be the cause then? What could be that?
So our fundamental presupposition, we all have presuppositions, is that there's no beginning to these cycles.
Which cycles?
The cycles is from but the cycles is from scripture.
No. Which cycles are you talking about? Are you talking about the life and death cycle? What cycle? Or the universe? There's a cycle of the universe as well.
Yeah. So there must be, if there's a cause, there must be an effect. There must be a cause, there must be an effect.
Okay.
Right.
So let me ask
we can't presuppose the cycle.
Yeah, Brother Muhammad, just one second. Let me ask this question. Earlier, you mentioned something about the Vedas being eternal as well.
Yeah.
Or did I misunderstand that?
That's correct.
Okay. Was there a cycle for the Vedas as well? So when the universe and
eternally? No.
So when Brahma, the god of creation, do you believe in him?
Brahma,
not the Brahman.
Okay, so we're not going to go into the Puranas. So this
it's not. I just want to know if this is something that you believe in. That you talked about the cycle because it is Brahma, or is it Vishnu who recreates the cycle every time?
It's according to the text, it's Brahma, and again depends on which text you go to.
Okay, so when Brahma recreates the cycle every time, does he also? Does he also declare the Vedas every time?
So this is where the story goes into. I think this is Brahma is different versus Brahman.
Yeah, I'm talking about Brahma, the creator god.
Yeah, but even if you take out Brahma, the creator god, and just say it's the cycle of creation, however you want to say it, right?
Because I'm trying to understand with regards to the Vedas. If the Vedas are something that the rishis heard from Brahma.
No. So they didn't hear it from Brahma. That's what I'm saying.
Where
when
did
you
they
go
get
back,
it from?
Vedas connect to Brahman, not Brahma.
Well, it depends which school you're talking about.
No.
Is that all right?
It's all across the board. Vedas are apaurushaya. Brahma is a purusha. Brahman is not a purusha. It is beyond all that. So Brahman, it's the breath of Brahman, as they say.
Right. So when you say purusha, you mean like a spiritual being?
A purusha just means a being, like a being like any other, right? So apaurushaya means something that's not from a being.
No, I mean like material being or spiritual being.
Material, spiritual, whatever, ontological, yeah.
No, I'm talking about Brahma in particular.
Yeah, Brahma is, again, for this purpose of this conversation, it doesn't
It is because, this is what I want to know, where the link to the Vedas are.
I'm just telling you, Brahman.
Okay, now, who spoke to the rishis? Or who imparted this knowledge to the rishis?
We use the word spoke in a very poetic way. It's the rishis saw, they use, the word is drishta. Rishi itself means to see. And they also, the idea is they had this experience of Brahman that was given to them.
It's their vision, right? When you say drishti.
Drishti is like a vision, yeah.
Okay, so they had a vision of Brahman, but what about the teaching of the Vedas itself?
What do you mean by the teaching of the Vedas?
How did they acquire that?
Vedas are mantras, right? You know that?
Yeah, they're shrutis. They are something which is spoken.
Right, but they had a vision of whatever of divinity, and it came out from them. The idea is it flowed out from them.
Okay, so the knowledge of the Veda, which is
Vedas
contained
themselves, the words themselves are considered
which is contained in the Vedas, the knowledge. How did the rishis acquire this? This is my question.
This is mantra drishti again, or yoga drishti. They saw this truth, this reality, this experience in yogic moments.
Yeah, how did the rishis acquire it?
That's what I just said.
What?
So when you say antardrishti, that's like a sort of kind of internal realization through their meditation, isn't it? So they
meditated, and then
meditation and contemplation. This is their intellectual deliberation.
Okay,
it's not intellectual deliberation. They received this knowledge in pre-speech or whatever you want to call it format. It was intuitive knowledge, which became came scripture insofar as it came out from them.
Okay, so were the rishis human beings?
Some of them were, some of them weren't.
The ones that got the Vedas, were they human?
Some of them were, some of them weren't.
Okay, so what language was the Veda in then for the humans?
Well, I mean,
because it's eternal, so it has to have a language which is eternal, right? Which language is that?
Well, we have it in Sanskrit.
Sanskrit is a modern language, not eternal.
Well,
when I say modern, I mean it. Okay, say 1,000 years or 1,500 years BC or something like that.
No. So this is where it's like, this is how we have taken the words of, or the experiences of the Vedas. It's just it's equivalent to saying the same thing with the Quran is in Arabic. Does God speak Arabic and Arabic alone?
God can, yeah.
Yeah. So, but does he speak Arabic alone? Is that his language?
The way God reveals the message to the prophets and messengers in the Quran is in their language. So
Correct.
the language of Prophet Muhammad ﷺ was Arabic. So obviously he got the revelation in Arabic, and the previous messengers, their language wasn't in Arabic, so they got it in their language. But the question is, because you claim that the Vedas are eternal, I want to know what language was it revealed in initially to the rishis.
This is where, like,
because the rishis are not eternal.
Again, the idea that the Vedas are eternal, or that these experiences are eternal, what they express is eternal. That's a podashya. The Sanskrit language that comes into later, what is put into, is a way for them to connect it to human beings, to regular people.
Okay, that's what I want to know. So when the rishis are not eternal, do you agree?
Well, I mean,
he said some are. He said some are. Some aren't,
no, they were not human beings. He said some are not human beings.
Oh, some are not human beings. Okay.
Yeah, but I want to know if they are eternal. Okay. Are the rishis eternal?
No.
Okay, so at what point were the Vedas revealed to the rishis?
Whenever they were revealed. I mean,
you can't just say whenever. You need to know.
No, I said whenever they were revealed. I mean, it's like, oh, you want a specific date and time?
Yeah, because so we can identify what language they spoke.
So this, Hashim, this is where you're engaging in this like really disingenuous conversation, because I already conceded.
Asking you a question is disingenuous. How?
No, because I already said twice. They conveyed it to us in Sanskrit. So
okay, but Sanskrit, look, if you're not going to know when the rishis existed or when the first revelation came to them, or
there's no first revelation.
Okay, not revelation. The term that he used was maybe through some yoga or some means.
There's.
I'm trying to understand the dates. That's all.
No.
In simple terms.
One of the first things we did when we discussed this is part of this is we're not doing historical critical method on each other, because I'll do the same then, because otherwise we're going to lead to nowhere. So if you want to know what my tradition,
if your basis is the Vedas, then we need to know.
No. If you want to know what the tradition thinks, I'll tell you that. But if you want to do a historical critical method, then we could just bring in a bunch of scholars. Like I could take the position of Yasser Qadi or Shabir Ali, and then we'll get to nowhere. So my point ultimately...
Yeah, but Yasser Qadi and Shabir Ali are not experts in the Quran. Okay. Bring someone who's an expert and we can discuss it. No problem at all. That's the reason we have this platform. But look, the reason I'm asking about the Vedas is because initially you said it's eternal. I'm trying to understand if something is eternal and given to the rishis, there must be a language at least.
About something, and I'm not doing that, man. I said, what was the first thing I said when we started this conversation?
If I can just come in very quickly to clarify, of course. I think fundamentally, Mukunda, I think there might be slight misunderstanding what Hashim is trying to say. Hashim is not trying to identify the earliest point where you have the scripture and whether you have a provenance for it and so on. The point, if I'm not mistaken, Hashim, correct me, you're saying if the Vedas currently now in Sanskrit and you have the rishis, let's say they were 5 million years ago.
Yeah.
Of course, that brings the Sanskrit which they heard, because it's Shruti, it's the Antardrishti or Yoga Drishti you mentioned, then that particular sounds that they recognized or internalized, it was already present there in that form, in that language. That means Sanskrit is not merely like a few thousand years old, it goes back millions of years from when they heard. Is that the point you're making?
Yes, so it's a language. The reason I didn't ask about the manuscripts, I mean, look, that's a completely different argument, different topic altogether. Look, first thing I know is that when we speak about the Quran, we know for certain that the language is Arabic. Mm-hmm. When I speak about the Bible, the New Testament, and ask them what was the original language, they wouldn't say it's Greek, even though their earliest manuscripts are in Greek. So I want to know if Hinduism suffers from the same kind of language inconsistency, that initially the Vedas were in a different language.
Vedas were revealed in Sanskrit to us. That's how they're codified, so we could understand them.
So who revealed it to you?
To me?
No, when you say to us in Sanskrit, who is this us?
The rishis. This is the same thing we go back. The rishis got the revelation. They put it into Sanskrit.
Yeah. The question is, has there been, within this process of receiving the Vedas to you human beings, and the rishis who received it initially, whatever that time period is, has there been a translation process? Because if Sanskrit is the current form, Sanskrit is the current form that is now the Vedas are in, and the rishis got it, say they had this internalization 1 million years ago, for example. So you have to bring the Sanskrit date back to 1 million years back. That will be your consistent view, right?
Well, yes, but I will also say it's been revealed, just like in the Quran, God has revealed the message of his message to different people, different times, different places, different languages. The same goes for Sanskrit. Krishna himself says in the Gita that this knowledge has been lost. I'm revealing it back to you, this and so on and so forth. The idea is this is a cyclical process. There's not been one time where the Vedas have been revealed. They've been revealed over and over again.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to understand. If you're talking about different types, even different epochs, different periods, we are talking about different languages, aren't we?
So what?
What do you mean, so what? If something, wait, when you translate from one language to another, is the meaning not lost?
Well, the question is, if you translate from one language to another, but if something is revealed in that language to the person writing it down,
if I found Mukunda, let me come in.
It's the same thing of saying, like, if anyone reads the Quran in English, they can't understand the Quran.
If they read it in English only, wait a minute. If they read it in English, they can always go back to the original, which is Arabic. Is that the case for the Vedas?
You can go back to the Sanskrit.
Yeah, but the Sanskrit is not the original language, is it?
It's pre-language, man. It
doesn't matter. Is it the original language?
No, this is what's called Vitandawah in our system. You're just arguing to try to prove a point that
Mukunda, just answer the question. Is it the original language of the Vedas?
It's
that's not what he's saying, Hashim. So let me explain. So let me see. So what you're saying, Mukunda, is that the Vedas were revealed or the Vedas were heard, but the question Hashim is asking is, in that process, how many times were they written down? Were they ever written down? Or is this the first epoch where they were actually written down?
So let's talk about our epoch right now.
Yes.
So let's talk about our epoch. Let's talk about past 5,000 years, right? Okay. Whatever that time frame is. They weren't written down as a text until roughly the 6th or 7th century CE.
Okay, so how did they get to that stage before they were written down?
Oral memorization. So this is where, like, the scholars that even talk about this will tell you the preservation methodology from roughly 3,000, 4,000 BC to now, the Vedic texts have not changed. It's as if they're listening to a tape recorder into the past.
Because it was entirely oral. Because you're saying it was they're saying it was entirely oral.
It's all in oral.
3 or 4,000 years is quite a long time.
Yes.
So 3 or 4,000 years ago, what was the language? Was it still Sanskrit?
Yes.
Are you certain?
100%.
Okay. What was the language before that? Because you said it's eternal.
Of the Vedas? The Vedas exist before language.
Oh, so how did the humans, rishis, understand?
It's
because a human can only understand language, right?
No, they can't just understand.
Or sign language, maybe. I don't know.
So God has the ability to give anyone knowledge as they wish, and He gave them knowledge. And he gave them knowledge.
Look, when a rishi imparts the knowledge to other humans,
he puts it in his own language, which was
exactly
at the time
that is a language I'm asking. What was that language?
The language of the rishis was Sanskrit.
Eternally.
This is frustrating, Hashim, because
it's first not because you keep saying.
Hold on. This is where you're trying to jumble me up, but the problem.
No, I'm not. I'm just asking about the language
in different ways. So you've already asked. Hold on, Mohammed. You've already asked Hashim. I acceded to you that the rishis were not eternal, and then now you're asking. So are they eternal again? You're going back and over.
No, I said the Vedas are eternal. I never said the rishis are eternal. You need to listen carefully. I never said the rishis are eternal. At no point.
I said
the Vedas are eternal.
I've already said that.
Yeah. So if the rishis are not eternal, yes, there must be a language. Did the rishis exist before 4,000 years?
Yeah.
Good. So what was the language?
Sanskrit.
Where's the evidence for that?
Where's the evidence for that?
Yes.
Are you asking me traditional or are you asking Indological? Because the problem is, this is exactly the point. We can get into it even about the Quran. And
we have manuscripts of the Quran. We have the language of the Quran. You can never compare this argument with the Quran.
Can.
We have evidence for everything.
This is exactly the problem.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Look, if you don't want to get into it, that's fine. But all I'm trying to ascertain is the language. If something is eternal and the rishis are millions of years, some of them claim that they live for millions of years. The rishis.
Okay, so it's the same thing in the Quran. The Moses before Moses, what's it called? Like Noah. All these people live hundreds of years.
Yeah, come but languages didn't exist.
Some game of
it's not a game. It's a genuine question. It's not a game. It's a genuine question. Languages didn't exist millions of years ago. Not the human language. So these rishis who lived for millions of years, what language was that?
We're not literalists. Who's claiming this?
Oh, so wait a minute. When you say Sanskrit was the original language, you're not being literal.
Original language of what? Of
the Vedas.
Yeah, the original language of the Vedas.
What is the original language of the Vedas?
For the ones we have. Again, Hashim, I've said they're eternal. They've been.
We're not talking about us here in this century. I'm talking about the original. Look, if the Vedas are original,
this is the problem.
When God teaches someone, when God,
there's no original one. There's Vedas exist eternally.
So what language were they written in originally?
They're each revealed in different cycles and different. The current cycle of revelation was about 5,000 years ago.
Okay, before that, did the Vedas exist?
I just said they did, man.
Okay, so if human beings existed then and the Vedas existed then where's the evidence they were in Sanskrit? Unless you're telling me Sanskrit itself is an eternal language.
No, I'm not. Christ, man. This
Christ? Vedas... Did you just say Christ?
Yeah, I did.
What's your religion really, Mukunda?
Let's take a breath. Let's take a breath here. Hold on. Calm down. Let's take a breath here. Calm down. Let's calm down.
Sharif has managed to come back here, Joel.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah. So let's not get too heated about this. Okay. So
I'm not heated at all. I'm just like just getting this cyclical nature of this thing, which is going back to my point.
Okay. Somebody's telling me the language was Brahmi. Is that different from Sanskrit?
I have no idea.
Brahmi is a script of BCE.
Yeah. To clarify what I'm getting from this part of the discussion. So in Islam in particular, right, and this is the reason we hammer this point home, the source of our knowledge and where we get it from is ultra important. You see, this is a critical requirement in Islam. And so one of the things we are asked to ask anybody that we come up is, what is your source? What is your evidence?
Right.
This is a requirement of the religion, right? Because we don't trust anything from anybody unless they can tell us that this came directly from a prophet or the prophet, and this prophet was known to be a prophet, and he got revelation from God, right? So this is a requirement in Islam. And so just so you understand, we're not asking this sort of inanely for no reason. it is actually one of the pillars of Islam that we ask this question.
No,
so that's the reason
it's very different, Muhammad, from saying what's your basis for this knowledge to saying, well, going back and forth over about this time period. When first of all, we don't even have the understanding of. I've been saying this numerous times. There's cycles, right? Vedas in this cycle are in Sanskrit. And he's like, where was this before? Well, where were human beings before? So
no, hold on. Don't misrepresent me. All I asked is, if you're the one claiming that the Vedas are eternal, and we know languages are not eternal.
But
yes?
Again, I
human language. Let me finish, please, Mukunda, with all due respect.
Please.
If human language isn't eternal and it's only maybe a few thousand years old, and you keep insisting that the Vedas are eternal, Sanskrit is eternal, even from a logical perspective, that is so wrong.
So this is the problem.
You're laughing, but that's not a joke. That is what you claim.
Can I help Mukunda out?
Hold on.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, hold on. Okay, so hold on.
Sharif's
Let
question right
Mukunda
here.
answer, and then Sharif, you can come back in.
This is the
Mukunda, answer,
problem.
please.
I've never claimed Sanskrit is eternal. What are the Vedas? The Vedas are in Sanskrit now. I said this 5 times, or at least, Hashim. They're in Sanskrit now as we've gotten them, but they're pre-language. And I keep saying this because they're eternal, because we have cycles. Human beings have come and gone in infinite cycles. This world has collapsed and come back together. So again, if you want to understand, instead of arguing, that ask the questions that we can have to understand what our cosmology is, our theology is, but you're not doing that, man.
Okay, so Mukunda, maybe this is not your comfort zone, so you could have just said that.
Hashim, let me.
It is my comfort zone, but you're not.
It's not your comfort zone. You're clearly not comfortable.
Let me help.
I am absolutely comfortable.
Okay, I think Brother Sharif wants to say something.
No, but we had the conversation before we started this entire podcast about what we're going to do and what we're not going to do, and this is exactly what I said we're not going to do. And you started.
What is it you're not going to do?
I said we're not going to go into this historical. I want to know.
But it wasn't. Look, it was a simple question. In fact, I asked you specifically, like 5,000-6,000 years, even 10,000 years before that, if the Vedas did exist, what language were they in? That's all I asked you.
I said
it wasn't a deep historical.
I said 5 times pre-language, and you keep saying Sanskrit is eternal. This and I didn't. So this is where like you're misusing words in a way that is not intellectually honest with me, man.
What's not intellectually honest? When I asked you, did the rishis live for millions of years? You said yes.
I didn't say that. Did I say that? No. I said
okay.
You asked if they're human or not. I said some of them were, some of them aren't.
Okay, so who were the non-human?
I mean, there's many rishis here. Can I go into the maybe?
No. Well, if they were not human, what were they?
They were semi-human, like a jinn, maybe. I don't know.
Okay, can jinns be millions of years old?
I don't know what Islamic thought says.
Well, you're the one who claimed it's a jinn.
Well, it's a supernatural being, right? It's not human.
Okay, can supernatural beings be millions of years old?
Within the Hindu system, sure.
Okay, so I wasn't wrong then.
Well, yeah, you were wrong because
you just admitted it.
No.
Okay. Anyway, let me bring it back to Sharif.
This is exactly
because to be honest, I think you're all over the place. This is not your comfort zone, that's for sure.
Let's get Sharif's perspective.
Yes. If you want to go down that route, this is totally unacceptable to me, man.
Okay,
I come in here in good faith with the 5 of you guys, and you start down this path, Hashim. Not cool.
You're not comfortable. Just say so, bro.
I'm totally comfortable.
Just say I don't know. Sometimes you have to say I don't know. No problem.
I'm totally comfortable, but you're not. The questions you're asking are outside the purview of what we discussed. And if you want to talk about that, we'll do that. But the question, I was very clear about what we're doing in this, is we're having a conversation so I can understand Islamic views, and you could try to understand my views from my perspective. But you're not, everyone else has been doing that. You haven't, man.
Okay, so maybe I was a bit more, what do you say, challenging towards you?
No, you're not even challenging. You're outside the purview.
No, look, when you claim Vedas are eternal, and for example, let's say the Vedas, the knowledge was imparted to humans at some point. Okay. And I asked you at what point. You were not clear about the dates. You were not certain about that.
No,
okay?
I said there are many dates because there's a time period that they happened.
Okay. So give me a rough idea so I understand.
So in this current cycle, roughly from the Vedic period, let's say 3000 BC to roughly 1000 BC.
Okay, so 3000 BC, before that, were there no Vedas given to humans?
No, they're not in this cycle.
Okay, so every cycle has its own Vedas.
Yes.
Right, that is what I asked you earlier.
No, but
were the Vedas destroyed during the cycle? Do you remember that?
No, they don't get destroyed. They don't exist in this world the way we think about them. The Vedas are eternal. It's like, is the word of God eternal? Is the Quran eternal?
The Quran itself, the Quran was written
down. Is the word
of
God eternal?
Well, define word of God.
Well, I mean, God's eternal, right? He can speak. When he speaks, the word.
Yeah, so God is eternal. His speech is eternal as his attribute. Yeah.
Better question is, what is the Islamic conception of revelation? That's actually the better question to ask. So if we can answer that, or we can let Sharif come in with. So I think, look, we weren't going to go down the revelation route today. I agree. This is not what we agreed. And Hashim did ask a very straightforward question based on a truth claim that was made earlier in the discussion. And I think that went off a little bit.
My whole basis was when he said the Vedas were eternal. Then it got me thinking, like, look, if something is eternal and it was then proclaimed to human beings in whatever format, whatever medium, there has to be, because human beings understand language. Where they're spoken, it doesn't need to be written.
So what language
even if it was, every messenger, Adam alayhi salam, we believe was the first man. Allah spoke to him. Obviously, we don't know the language. We never claimed. All I'm saying is that
language does God speak? I mean, this was saying the principle of charity is at the core here. I'm not asking these questions of you guys because at the end of the day, I'm saying this is your tradition, this is what you believe. So I'm not going to fight you on this. But you're doing the exact opposite. You're not even trying to hear my position. You're just trying to poke. I can do that too if I want.
Yeah. I wasn't poking. All I did was ask the language. That's all I asked.
Let me come in here. Let me come in here. So let's bring this back on track again, because I think we didn't get. I want to bring Sharif back in.
I want to ask everything okay with Sharif because he had to leave.
Yeah. Alhamdulillah. Just
it was an emergency. I hope everything's
okay. Look, everybody take a glass of water. Take a sip of water. Let's sort of. Let's get
Mukunda, my apologies if I made you feel uncomfortable. That wasn't my intention. My intention was just to get the information, because many Hindus don't know about this topic. I thought you will learn it. You were someone who could actually give me this knowledge. That's all. That was my intention. Wasn't to put you down.
No, I am totally comfortable.
And I do apologize if you felt that way.
No, I am ready. I'm totally comfortable. My point was, when you first asked these questions, I was totally fine with it, but we kept going back to it. And the problem with that was, I said they're eternal, right? So if you don't understand the concept of these cycles and how Vedas exist outside, just like, for example, and this is the point I'm going to say, like, God interacted with human beings at some point within the tradition of Islam, back when Adam first came in, right? And before that, did God exist? Yes, he did, right? He was existing eternally. The nature of God is existence and eternal existence. The nature of the Vedas, because they are part of the breath of God, is eternal existence. Their manifestation in the world that we live in doesn't affect their eternal nature. It's just their
Mukunda, let me pick up on that point. Great, excellent. So, and this is where Sharif can come in. You see, this idea of when we use the Kalam cosmological argument, we get to a state where we have this eternal. Now, in your conception,
you just have eternal cause, whatever that is.
Okay, fine. So, Sharif, we have a fundamental disconnect here, because what Mukunda did earlier, and I'm not no blame here, Mukunda. I'm just sort of stating what we said. So we said, look, do you agree to the God arguments, or at least the arguments that we have, the Ghazalian argument? And he said, yes, I'll accept those. But what he actually said is, for argument's sake. Now, when we pressed him and while you were away, we sort of explored that discussion a little bit more. And he said, well, actually, I don't believe the Kalam cosmological argument is sufficient, is adequate to explain that we can get to a being. And then maybe, Mukunda, you can pick up on that point and just sort of help Sharif understand, because in the Islamic conception, that is actually a foundational way that we at least get to step one of the process.
So I'm not saying logic itself can prove or disprove a thing. At the end of the day, it's not in of itself sufficient. So someone can put a logical argument forth, and you can find a corollary. Tons of people disagree with the Kalam cosmological argument. They have issues with it. It's not accepted universally, and it doesn't give you knowledge in any certainty.
Okay. Sure.
So the point of especially within the Hindu tradition and Vishnu particularly, is that the knowledge of God cannot be known through inference. It cannot be known directly through perception. We just can't. You can't know God by seeing him, because God is beyond sight and so on and so forth. Brahman is. So the Veda ends up being the basis for knowledge of Brahman.
Yeah, and we say something
similar.
We say something similar,
Yeah.
which is we cannot know God simply from logic because we need revelation to tell us who God is.
So this is what I'm saying. I grant that to you, right? That's the whole point.
But no. Before you grant it, though, because I want to get back to this other point, which is before you grant it, though, what you're saying, though, is we can't even establish anything about this being. And we disagree on that point. I believe there is some things you can arrive at using logic.
So within
assuming you're using the natural intuitive logic that we understand, where contradictions, not the law of non-contradiction, law of the excluded middle, and the law of identity apply. As long as you use that logic, and if you agree to using that logic, then we can have a discussion.
Yeah. So there's two positions here, right? There's the position within my school which says that logic can't prove God, and that's fine, and I agree with that. There's also positions of other schools within the larger tradition, like Nyayakas, who will take the same position of Kalam's cosmological argument, of the ontological argument, the categorical argument. So all I can say is, while I agree with my school's position that we can't ultimately prove the nature and existence of God through logic, we can use logic as a tool. And I think in this case, this is why I said for argument's sake, and I agree with you. So if you're saying if that's where my proof of God rests on, that's where I'm saying I don't agree with that. That's not where I get my.
Well, I'm going to let Brother Sharif come in here. So Brother Sharif or Abdurrahman, I mean, if you want to come into this point.
Yeah, no, initially what I was going to do is I was going to help Mukunda out in terms of the initial point that he was talking about Vedas, because from what I understood from Mukunda, because I was listening just before I came on the stream, is what he's trying to say is that the meanings are eternal behind the Vedas, but the particular articulation may have a beginning. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, for a large part, yeah. I mean, it's the truth. The Vedas, the truth as they. So just like we, in some sense, the revelation from God to the prophets is infallible and perfect. The experience of the Vedic truths are infallible and perfect from our perspective, right? And the way they're conveyed is also considered that way too.
Yeah. So I think that's what you're trying to say, is that you're basically saying that the particular Vedas in the Sanskrit had a beginning, but the meaning, the propositional meaning, which transcends language, has always existed.
Right. I mean, I think I hoped I was clear with that, but maybe I wasn't.
Okay. Maybe because I think Hashim's thinking in a different way, and I think you're speaking in a different way, and I think that's why there was, misunderstanding in terms of what was being articulated in that thing. Just going forward now, moving forward in terms of the issue of, can rationality establish the belief in a creator? Obviously, I think the brothers have already mentioned it. We believe that, and there are different schools within the Islamic, position on this particular question. So all of the schools, they believe in this idea of fitra, this innate disposition within a human being, that a sense or that accepts the idea that a belief that God exists, that there's this creator that exists. And then there are people who have various arguments, from the Islamic theological schools, which tries to rationalize and justify that. And that even includes people like Ibn Taymiyyah, Imam Ghazali, Imam Juwayni, and many others within that tradition. So, there is a general acceptance that you can establish the belief that there is in existence a creator who had agency, but the actual nature of this being, in terms of being able to experience this being as the being experiences himself, then that obviously is beyond our rational capacity. That's why, and I think when I left, actually, which is a while ago now, but when I left that discussion about epistemology, what's the epistemic basis of Islam? Well, the general epistemic basis of Islam is the fact that we believe that we have the ability to make rational conclusions. We have the ability to make have rational thought. In Arabic, we use the word dalil aqli, evidence of the mind. And then obviously we say that the mind has limitations, so it can't understand everything, which is different to maybe some of the philosophers of the past who believe that, well, you can rationalize everything. So there are going to be epistemic limits. And that's why we have something called dalil naqli, which is textual evidence or revelatory evidence as well. So therefore, what we say as Muslims is that we can, whether it's observing the universe in a very simple way or going into more sophisticated arguments, come or acknowledge the existence of a creator. But in terms of what the creator wants from us, how the creator exists, what's the specific ontology of the creator, how the creator knows things, then those things we can't know directly. And when we talk about like the attributes of God, we generally talk about them in a analogical predication, which basically means that they are similar but not identical to what we experience. I don't know if that helps, Mukunda.
Well, so this is what I was trying to say. So that's what I was trying to get at for a while, is that's what I wanted to hear from someone, right? So that comports very, very clearly with a lot of what our tradition is. Like Vishishtadvaita has the three methods of knowing: Pratyaksha, Anumana, Shabda, right? Pratyaksha is sense perception, Anumana is inference, although our inference is induction, not deduction. And then finally we have Shabda Pramana, which is scripture, as we can say, right? They each have purview. And this is the point that I was trying to drive, is that commonality, right? How do we approach our textual our understanding of the world? How do we get to the place about knowing God, what God wants, or knowing how do we even know the world? How do we trust our sense of sight and smell, and in this world too? So I agree with you there. So I think we have commonality here on how we approach the text.
And I can see that commonality. Imam Ghazali, he mentions in his book Al-Mustasfa, which was his book on principles of jurisprudence, and he talks about that there are three ways of knowing, and very similar to what you said actually. One, which is through experience. Secondly, he talks about things like inference or deductive logic, or even inductive logic to a certain extent as well, but basically inference. And the third way was through testimonial evidence, and he gives various evidences and arguments in order to justify all three things. I think the issue would then be is that, okay, what are the particular logical or scriptural arguments to justify one particular set of beliefs over another set of beliefs? Because as Muslims, we believe in this idea of an exclusive truth, that we believe Islam is exclusively true,
right?
Which I don't know if you hold the same position in regards to Hinduism.
I think our position is inclusive truth across the board, but at gradations.
Okay, what do you mean by gradations? Sorry.
What I mean is all experience of divinity is real, and you're actually experiencing God or whatever, but you might not have a more full experience. Ultimately, because we can't fully experience God anyway, given our limitations as human beings, because God is infinite, we are not. You can't experience infinity in fullness. So there is something from not experiencing God to totally experiencing God. There's a spectrum, and we're saying that every single experience of God is in that spectrum.
Right. Okay. So we would probably say something slightly different in terms of the fact that we believe that when we look at human beings, we say, okay, human beings have certain, instincts. They have certain biological needs. They need to eat, need to drink, need to sleep. They also have certain instinctual drives, like, for example, procreational instinct, survival instinct, the desire to acquire wealth. These are innate within human beings, something that has been, we would use the word like the qadr of a human being, the attribute of a human being. Yeah. And we also talk about this idea of a sanctification instinct or a spiritual instinct as well.
Sure.
So we say that human beings, they have these drives. Some of them are instincts, or we term instincts. Some of them are called biological needs. And then we say that in and of themselves, none of the instincts, the drives, tells us whether it's good or bad, whether we're satisfying it in the right way or the wrong way. So a person could, in an extreme situation, engage in procreational instinct by raping somebody. Yeah. So we wouldn't say that that's, the right way to do it. Yeah.
No, neither would we. Yeah.
Yeah. Or somebody might be LGBTQI, and we'd, again, from an Islamic basis, from our particular paradigm, we'd say that's incorrect. But it doesn't necessitate that just because they're seeking a satisfaction from the instinct, that how makes it correct or wrong. Yeah. Or right or wrong. Yeah. It's just a satisfaction. And in the same way, if we classify the spiritual instinct or the need to sanctify something more than material, something that's divine, then just because somebody's sanctifying doesn't make it good or bad or right or wrong. It has to have further justification. And that's why, as Muslims, we believe that this is where this epistemic limit comes in our ability, that if we have this drive that wants to seek moral values, this drive that wants to worship, then we need some sort of revelatory guidance to tell us how to satisfy these instincts. And so we would never make the basis of the satisfaction to say, okay, it must be true because somebody's satisfying it. Rather, we would say, well, that's just the drive. What makes it true now is whether it's in accordance to what this absolute divine reality wants from us in how to satisfy these things.
Sure. I mean, so similarly, we would say even especially in my tradition, the idea that the Vedas can guide you on dharma, right? What is right, wrong, what is acceptable, as to engagement in the world, right? And that's not something you can reason your way to, or know directly by observing others. It's something that you have, that the texts have to give you. Like, for example, why is ahimsa a value to follow? Why is nonviolence? When we look around the entire world, the entire nature of the world is violence, right? We have to eat, animals kill each other, nature just destroys, everything is violence. So the end of the day, it's the texts, the Vedas themselves, and the Shastras, or the Shastras are the ones that give you the values, and you can reason to some of it. There's some ways to see compassion is better than non-compassion. We can see that, right? But the ultimate values are given through the texts.
Yeah, so that's where the distinction would be, because we would say, okay, how would we, for example, from a Muslim perspective, how would we justify our text being correct? How would we?
You mean in opposition to others?
No, not even opposition to others, but just simply say, okay, as a Muslim, we would say, okay, why do we believe Islam and the Quran to be that revelation, to be correct, to be followed? So we would then have to try to justify that particular position. I don't know if that's the same thing within your particular belief system.
Yeah. So this is where, like, for example, you have the conversations with the Buddhists, the Jains, and other traditions outside the Hindu fold. We're called Astikas, who means the ones who believe in the Vedas. They're called Nastikas, the ones who don't. And this is a conversation that we intend to have about the nature of the Vedas, right? Why they accept and why we don't, or why we accept and why they don't, right? So yeah, there is some level of justification built into the why one should accept the Vedas.
What type of arguments, therefore, do you sort of utilize in order to justify your own position? Because a lot of these things, like you said, they can't be rationalized in terms of the good and the bad of these certain things. You have to have some sort of revelatory authority. So it's like, how do we justify that? What has been said by such and such person, whether that's 1400 years ago or a few thousand years ago, how do we justify that being correct? Being something that should be followed.
Right. So the thing is, first thing is, like, things like karma, right? Like, there are certain things that are built into the text that we first probably infer through looking around the world, right? The law of cause and effect, we see how that plays out. And that comes into a text, and that's part of it. And the way we justify, so why do we have to be good versus not good, is karma, correct? I mean, that's our tradition. It's better to do good actions because otherwise there's karma consequences. Where does karma come from? The text. So the justification, it's a much deeper one. And honestly, I'm not an expert on this tradition called Mimamsa, which does this kind of work. So I can probably read up on it and have a conversation about the justification later on that. I don't recall off the top of my head. So
yeah, okay, no problem. That's fine. But obviously, from our tradition, that's quite essential in terms of being able to have some sort of justification. And obviously, various people have various different types of justifications that they would use in order to say, okay, this is the correct position to hold, and this makes this therefore is true, or and therefore opposes something else, which would be therefore we'd say is therefore incorrect because it doesn't accord to that. Because, like I said, within the Islamic paradigm and tradition, within the Quran, it's very clear that the only religion acceptable to God is al-Islam. That's what it says. So we'd have
so we don't have that, right? So our need to say you have to accept this view is not built on that. The idea again comes that that one spiritual journey is for them to practice and follow, and once you get to a certain stage of like so in this work it goes to things like our sense of like right and wrong being pulled by karma, right? Karma, I mean, this is where the theory gets complex, where you have like prarabdha karma, you have sanchita karma, you have all these different types of karma that change or formulate the person to who they are today, right? You have the push and pulls from your past life, desires that when you are born into this life, those desires get inscribed onto that fetus, and that fetus, it's how we explain that when the fetus is born and becomes a child, you might have natural inclinations, natural skills, natural aversions, and over time, those get reinforced through karma and back and forth. And that's, if your karma was on a good trajectory, you're more likely to follow the path of like trying to free yourself of the world of samsara, which is the cycle.
Yeah. One thing that, and this is maybe it is related to what you just said, but it's a slight sidetrack, but it'll get back to it, because whenever I've heard the Hindus discuss with Muslims, they sort of tend to think that a lot of Muslims, they always focus on the belief, and for Hindus it's about actually the practical actions and the guidance. I don't know if you get that impression yourself. That Muslims really
can you explain that?
That Muslims want to talk about like the real, the foundation of reality. What is real? What is reality? What is the metaphysics? What is belief in God? That becomes so essential. And some Hindus, they sort of see that as, well, why are you really that interested in that? I don't know if you get that same impression regards to Muslims, that they're focused on these because sometimes it's perceived as being abstract or academic.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I do see that because I mean, like earlier in this conversation, we talked about certainty being such an important thing, which is why I guess there's this drive to intellectualize and kind of get there by logic. And I guess in the Hindu context, there's like two major things, which is really, we have the the practice itself, which is the ortho practice of the religion, and then so people don't care as much what you believe, but like what you do. And secondly, I think the other Hindu tradition idea is, outside of that, is experience. So it's what you do plus experience. It's really the two, I think, focuses that Hindus tend to have.
Yeah. So, but the reason why I mentioned that point, and I was just trying to understand your particular perspective on this issue, is because a lot of the discussions about practical actions, especially the way you were explaining karma and about reincarnation and past life and how that impacts upon the fetus and that sort of creates inclinations within the fetus, etc. See, a lot of that stems from belief, and that's why as Muslim, and I'm not here to argue for or against your particular position. I'm just trying to explain to you from my position and help you understand from, like, when you discuss with other Muslims, is that a lot of Muslims, what they see is that the importance of belief informs a person about their viewpoint on life, and then that would inform them about things like morality, what's the right thing to do, what's a good life, how society should be, etc. So that's why as Muslims we like to talk about theological justifications for belief, revelation. How do we know that revelation actually occurred? How do we know that it's preserved? How do we know that this person that claims something, who was he? Is it justified to follow him in what he has said? All of these things are really important for us, not because it's just simply about being exclusive and we are right and everybody else is wrong, but rather it's because as Muslims we have to justify that first and foremost to our own self in order to be able to be justified, in order to the actions that we perform, what we see as the good life, what we see as the right thing to do. So that's why belief for us is really important. And just as a final point, that's why in the Quran, when if various people, when you read the various verses within the Quran, you'll see this theme of belief and good actions constantly linked together. Yeah. In fact, it's mentioned 65 times in the Quran, because the idea is that the belief is what grounds the good actions and informs human beings what the good actions are.
Right. I mean, so I think part of this is like, so I from my gathering, as we're talking, it seems part of this is a lot of, Muslims are kind of uncomfortable with uncertainty, with there is either you're certain or you're not. There's the grayness is not something that sits well. And I think this is something within the Hindu framework, especially if in a text like Mahabharata, it sits in a lot of gray, right? Yes, there's what the value or goal of individuals should be, and then how they behave, and then how that tends to play out in terms of everyday human existence, right? Like even the idea of everyone loves to say ahimsa or nonviolence is like the greatest thing from the Indian tradition, in the Hindu tradition, but the fundamental nature of the world is violence, right? And this is the Mahabharata that talks about it. To live, one must eat. People must eat other animals, must eat plants. Life feeds on life. So where does nonviolence come in, right? So these ideas that sit in the text are dealing with the difficulty of human life. And it's to say that the ambiguity that exists there, because karma, and we don't have absolute, right? There's no heaven and hell absolutely. The freedom to figure out our path is presented to us. Like God, so this is where I wanted to go with part of this conversation, is what the theological nature of God, right? Part of this is what I wanted to talk theology. I wanted to talk about what is God, all merciful, all knowing, all powerful? How does that play into the theodicy of human existence? So it just, that's kind of,
How much more time do you have? How much more time do we have, guys? Brother Sharif, Mukunda? Can we go on for maybe another hour or so? Is that okay?
Half an hour, definitely.
Sure.
Half an hour, okay. Yes. So great question. I do want to make sure we sort of get as much of that into the next half an hour as possible. Okay, go ahead.
So what I would say is this: is that as Muslims, we sort of have gradations of knowledge. So it's not the case that everything has to be certain. Yeah. In Arabic, we use the word qat'i. Yeah. So not everything has to be qat'i. But what it is that, and even the discussion of what does this term yaqeen or certainty actually, what does it mean? Does it represent that you have to have a logical Descartesian proof for every single thing? I don't think any Muslim really believes that. Yeah, it's a case of what's intuitive, what's rational, and what's consistent, and what creates that psychological certainty, within a human being. And therefore you have to have some sort of rational justification and background in order to create that psychological certainty. That's what, as Muslims, would say. We also believe that there are other types of knowledge as well. There are other types of epistemic levels within Islam. So for example, we have this term ijtihad. I don't know if you've come across this, Mukunda. So ijtihad means derivation of Islamic law. So there are certain rulings within Islam which are quite clear, and then there are rulings within Islam which require a form of derivation, istinbat or ijtihad, exertion upon the text. And those derivations are not going to be certain. They're going to be, to the propensity of the scholar that's investigated it and the person who's investigated the text. And there's a famous scholar of Islam called Imam Shafi'i. And on these areas of ijtihadat, which is these areas that have to be derived, he says, I'm right, but with a possibility of being wrong. And I believe my opponent is wrong, but he has a possibility of being right. Yeah.
Right.
So we do have these gradations within sort of the Islamic epistemic framework or an Islamic paradigm, that you can have these things. And some of these things may be on moral or ruling questions, which would be related to morality. But what we would say is that the foundation of these spaces has to have a certain level of certainty, certain level of trust and confidence, such that, you know, it would seem to us anyway ridiculous to reject, you know, these things. So that's how we would see these types of issues. And in terms of the, you know, things regards to like the problem of evil, you know, there are different views in terms of the Islamic paradigm. Some views are that what they term skeptical theism. I don't know if you come across that term.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So
the Christians use it a lot.
Yeah. So the idea, which is that, well, we don't really know. We believe that we have trust and confidence that God is good, all powerful, all merciful, all wise, but ultimately we can never really understand the real intent behind why suffering exists. Other people will argue that evil is a privation, of good, which means it's a lack of good. So it's not the case that God creates evil, but rather it's just a lack of good. And there may be reasons for that in terms of the fact that it's soul building, that it allows human free will. Other people may argue that this idea of suffering being inherently evil isn't of itself inherently evil. It's just an event within the universe. And what makes something good or bad is whether it's in accordance to the legal text of Islam. Yeah. So therefore, an earthquake is neither good or evil, even if it causes devastation. It's just an event. Yeah. So
yeah, but I mean, but that goes to questions like, ultimately, God knows about this event, and these people are going to die. And then, if these people are, you know, haven't accepted God or have rejected God, and they haven't had a chance to reject Him or accept Him again, then how does that affect their eternal life? And I mean, all those questions play a role.
Yeah. So what we would say in terms of salvation, because and non-salvation, is that we don't take a necessarily position which is that a person who is held accountable for knowledge that he doesn't have, ultimately.
No, I get that. I know that.
What level of knowledge a person has may be differed over in terms of the different schools of Islamic thought, because some scholars say, well, you as a rational human being should at least come to the conclusion that one God exists. Some scholars say, well, you should at least know some of the, because it's inbuilt within us, a part of our fitra, innate nature, which is that certain things are wrong to do, like murder, stealing, lying. Other scholars say, well, actually, these things can't be known until revelation, and therefore God will hold them to account. Ultimately, what we say as Muslims, because these are speculative ways of trying to understand this, and maybe some indication within the Islamic text. But ultimately, what we say is that we ultimately are not the ones that are going to make that judgment. We have that trust and confidence that God, being all merciful, all good, will hold people to account. Now, from my position, I believe that God only holds those people to account when a messenger is sent to them, or they hear a message, and the message comes to them in a clear and categorical way, and then they reject it. So Imam Ghazali also holds a very similar position, which he basically says that majority of human beings are not going to be held accountable in terms of being put in hellfire, because the message didn't come to them in that particular way. So ultimately, though, the main position that all the schools hold is that you're only accountable based upon the knowledge that you have, and if you don't have that knowledge, then you're not going to be held accountable for it.
Right, but like someone like me who's read the Quran and has engaged, but I don't buy into it. I have the knowledge, I just don't accept it.
Oh, you're done for then, Mukunda. You're done for. I'm joking. No. Ultimately, we say this. As Muslims, we can't say anybody's definitely in hellfire or definitely in heaven, because we don't have that type of knowledge. Well, I don't know what's in your mind. I don't know your intentions. I don't know your sincerity. Sure. So we don't make that conclusion. We can say, yes, if a person generally rejects Islam, then that is disbelief, and that's disbelief in God, and therefore God will hold them to account. And punish them or give them reward according to God's mercy and wrath. That's God's judgment. We don't make that judgment. We can make general judgments, but we can never make specific judgments upon each individuals. What I would say to you, though, is that as Muslims, what we try to do, or certainly as myself, and I'll speak about myself, is what I try to do is I try to take away as many of the biases, many of my cultural baggages as possible when I try to investigate any religion, even including my own religion, and try to understand it and say, okay, if I was a person, who has just found himself on a desert island, with no memory, what conclusions could I could I come with? Because I think what tends to happen is that knowingly or unknowingly, we tend to use our own biases, our own cultural backgrounds, our own family backgrounds as a way to sort of judge, or becomes a paradigm by which we start to view other religions and other belief systems. And from our perspective, what we try to do is we try to say, okay, let's try and remove that as best possible, remove the human ego element as much as possible when we look at some of these types of questions.
Yeah, I mean, sure, but I mean, at some level, I mean, we are talking about like the nature of God, right? You know, about how the conceptions of God that we have coming from the text and understanding of that, right? Because if you're saying the text is certain about what God is and who God is, then they're very clearly they're also certain about the qualities of God, right?
What do you mean by the text is certain about who God is and what God is?
Right. We know the God, like for example, we know God isn't the devil, right? It's very clear in the in the Quran that there's a being called Allah and there's a being called Satan. So we have the identity of God fixed in some sense, right? Along with the qualities that God has within the text, correct?
Yeah, so we say God is an uncreated, independent, eternal being. Yeah. And
right.
Satan
And then you have other qualities,
being.
whether it's going to be he's all merciful, he has 99 names, right? The 99 names, which are
all
his qualities.
Merciful, all good, the subduer, the one who punishes, the one who rewards, etc. Yeah, the one who witnesses.
So all those things, right? And when we're talking, we've been talking with logic and everything a lot. So those, when logic applies to those, do you guys apply the same rigor of logic to the qualities and whether they can adhere the same being, or is it something?
So philosophers generally now accept that there isn't really a logical problem of the problem of evil. Rather, a lot of atheist philosophers, even atheist philosophers admit this now. What they move towards is more of an evidentialist argument.
I mean, I can grant you that some people do accept there's no logical problem of evil.
Not just some. I think that's generally the position now in modern philosophy, which is that there isn't really an argument to say it's logically impossible for there to be suffering and an all good, all powerful God exists. What they say is, well, what is the evidentialist perspective? What should we expect to see? Which is a different question.
Well, yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, I have to think that through a little bit more, but yeah, okay, I can grant you that. I'll grant you that, Bernie.
So this is the problem. Problem is that with an evidentialist argument, and sometimes evidentialist arguments are good arguments, but sometimes with evidentialist arguments, you have to start with certain assumptions. And
sure,
like for example, have you heard the argument about divine hiddenness? It's an atheist argument.
I have, yeah.
Yeah. So that assumes that, God would want everybody to be compelled to belief by an evidence that is impossible to deny. Yeah. So that assumes that, and therefore it also assumes that other arguments are not sufficient in coming to the conclusion that a creator exists, that they're not justified for that. So it assumes what God would want and then say, okay, this is what we should expect. And this is where me and you probably agree, Mukunda, which is that we have this epistemic limit in terms of understanding what God would want, because we're finite, limited creatures, and we're talking about unlimited, infinite being, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, or the creator. And so therefore we can't make these types of, these assumptions about God would want to create within the universe. Yes, we can say that there are going to be logical problems if somebody can present a clear logical argument that says it's logically impossible. But I don't think anybody's ever produced a logical argument that has been successful in this particular question or in other questions. That's why, like I said, many of the modern atheists now have agreed that there isn't really a logical problem, but rather it's they more argue from an evidentialist problem.
Yeah, I mean, if you're saying a straight syllogism, yeah, I mean, if that's the definition of the logical problem, evil doesn't exist, sure. But I mean, I think there is something to be said here about if God has X, Y, Z qualities, how can there still be evil is a legitimate question that has not been dealt with.
it's well, like I said, there's different theodicies that people have presented, but I think what it is that the way I would look at this question is: have I got good reasons to accept God exists? Have I got good reasons that the Quran is the word of God? If I've got good reasons on that perspective, and I've got something which is not a logical impossibility on the other hand, it's not affirming a logical impossibility on the other hand, it's some sort of logical possibility, then I'm now going to weigh, isn't it? I'm going to weigh whether the good reasons that I have to justify my belief is sufficient and warranted, such that, I could, say that overrides any evidentialist argument, and I believe that they do. And as I mentioned, there's skeptical theism, which basically skeptical theism for the audience is just simply saying that we don't know why there's suffering and evil within the world. I know you understand. I'm just saying for the audience, because some people think skeptical theism means we're skeptical about whether God exists, no. So skeptical. So there's that position. There's various theodicies people have brought up, whether they're successful or not, or whether they counteract the evidentialist argument. That's a separate point. But there's various things that people argue regards to that. But at the same time, we've also got. Sorry, Mohammed, you're on your mic.
Sorry.
So, and on the other hand, you've got a body of arguments that I would follow that justifies the existence of the Creator, and I would say, okay, that overrides any of these concerns that people might have.
Yeah, but so it seems like what you're saying is the first level is you make a logical position of accepting God, or such a being exists, and then secondarily is a textual level as to and why you should accept this text.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay.
So rational, we'd say rational, maybe more of a broader way than saying logical. So we'd say rational justification for belief in a creator, a rational justification to believe in the authority of the text.
Right.
And then if you've got that, and some of these questions come out, and then we say, okay, can we categorize these questions? Are the propositions that are being brought forward with these, contentions, are they demonstrating a logical impossibility or logical possibility, or is it a metaphysical impossibility or metaphysical impossibility or metaphysical possibility? If we're saying, okay, ultimately these are within the area of possibility, then I'm now going to affirm the text, which I have rational justifications and reasons to believe in, over any logical possibility, which is different maybe from a point of view where we would criticize Christianity from our perspective, from a Muslim perspective, where we would talk about the logical problem of the Trinity, where we would say this is a proposition that actually results in a logical impossibility,
So let me ask you a hypothetical epistemological question then. So say the Quran said fire is cold. Is that something you would take to be true?
So it depends what we mean here. Are we just talking about from the very clear, apparent meaning that all fire that we experience is cool? Then I think that type of proposition would be sufficient to negate any revelation that claims that.
Okay, so then, so that type of proposition would make the Quran not what's it called?
Yeah, all fire. Yeah, so all fire.
But if it just said fire and it's not specific as to all, and it was just like fire, then that's something that you would use interpretation to address, correct?
Well, you would reconcile it within the text. You would say, okay, is it a specification from the general? Yeah. So we know, for example, Ibrahim alayhi salam, Prophet Abraham, he had a fire that God caused to be cool. Yeah. So that we can accept because we're saying that in the context of laws of nature, we don't take laws of nature like, the first law of thermodynamics or the second law of thermodynamics as logical necessities. We just take them as nomological necessities, or they are true by experience or true by induction.
Got it. Okay. So, I mean, in that sense, essentially, the laws of nature or physical experience of the world, it takes precedence in the world as long as the Quran is not talking about all, correct?
Yeah, that's right. So if for example, let's take let's take the issue of fire, because obviously we only have to experience one instance of fire being hot. And if somebody's claiming that all instances of fire are cold, then we
Correct.
can say, okay, well, that's falsified by that one instance.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, so does that apply to even history? Like, so for example, if we know something in history was, we say the evidence today says leads one way, but the Quran has a different perspective. Is the Quran generally considered to be more accurate than what we have today? I mean,
so it depends, isn't it? Again, it depends upon the epistemic level of history. So if
sure.
the historical evidence are just because obviously a lot of historical evidence and reconstruction of the past is speculative.
Right.
So the question is, what's the epistemic level of that historical narration? Is it just something that is agreed upon through historians who take a naturalistic perspective, based upon reconstructing the evidence, which are limited and not definitive? Then if the Quran comes and says something, or a revelation says something and tries to negate it, then we would say, okay, do we have justification for the revelation? If we do, are they equal or greater than the claims against, the historical claims that counteract it? If it's greater than this revelation, then yeah, obviously there's a problem with the revelation now.
Right.
Yeah. And there's no possibility of reconciliation. But if it's less than, then obviously we don't then have a justification to leave the higher epistemic value for the lower epistemic value.
Yeah. So, I mean, it seems to me that then, like within the Quranic epistemology or the Islamic epistemology, the Quran, in some sense, when it comes to also miracles, it takes the view that in these cases, whatever we experience in this world is not as upheld, right? Like, for example, like you gave of the fire of Allah changing the fire to cold, even though we don't have any experience in this world of such a thing occurring.
Yeah.
The text saying so, we have to believe that.
Yeah, that's right. Because the issue is that, look, when we say the text says it, we believe it. Again, like it goes back to the authority of the text, why we justify that. But
sure.
The issue, but when we have a claim that negates a particular experience,
right,
or a claim that seems to go against, and I'm going to use the word reason, we have to then classify what that reason is. So, like I said, we would look at claims about, let's say, the logical problem of the Trinity. Yeah, the Father is God, the Son is God, the Holy Spirit is God.
Right.
The Father is not the Son is not the Holy Spirit, and there is exactly one God. Yeah. Now, if you take, and Jake, when he's here, and discusses, he goes into more detail. Brother called Muslim Metaphysician, his channel, he goes into more. But if you take the word "is" as an "is" of identity, so the Father is God. But then by classical law of identity, transitivity would say the Father is the Son. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we would say, okay, well, that's a logical problem if you take it that. There are other routes that Christians, Trinitarians take, but that's a separate discussion in order to try to avoid that. But if you take it like that, then you are going to get a position of a logical problem. So I've just given that as an example. So if you've got a claimed revelation that contradicts something like this, then we would say, okay, that for us would be something that would put a negative mark on the revelation. If, however, the revelation talks about certain things which are inductively arrived at, like, for example, water boiling at 100 degrees Celsius at normal room conditions, and then there was an instance where the Quran or the revelation claims that it boiled at 60 degrees Celsius, then we wouldn't take that as a way to defeat. So, if you find many Muslims, when they're talking about other traditions, like whether that's Christianity or Judaism or other religions out there, they don't negate the fact that prophets did miracles and say, oh, look, how ridiculous is that? Like, you get a lot of atheists say, oh, look, such and such animal spoke or whatever. We don't really talk about that, because we say, yeah, that's possible. It's logically possible for that to occur. So therefore, that can't be a basis to negate the revelation if the revelation is true, or if there is justification for the revelation in other ways. Yeah. So yeah. Sorry, long-winded answer, but that's the point. Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, this is kind of what I was hoping for today. I enjoy this, right? Because I'm learning about your perspective. So this next question is: so I'm taking it back a little bit, so I apologize to anyone listening, whatever. Is okay, so we have established that there's God. How do you get from the establishment of God to acceptance of this particular idea of God within this particular text? What's that connection? Like, well, actually, let's do it this way. So the cosmological argument, Kalam's, it only gives us a cause, right? So how do you go from a cause, the first cause, or the cause, to a being, to the being of Islam, the God of Islam, to the Quran? I mean, how does that work?
So there's these types of cosmology. So first thing is that I think we have a family of arguments when it comes to the belief in a creator and justification for a creator. You have the various cosmological arguments that you have, and you have other arguments like transcendental arguments, moral arguments, etc. So you have a family of different arguments that are going to help you come to the conclusion that a creator exists. Now, if you're going to take specifically the types of cosmological arguments, so cosmological arguments for the audience are those arguments where you look out into the world and you try to rationally deduce certain conclusions about what you see around the world. Now, in the cosmological arguments, you're going to have two stages. The first stage is coming to a conclusion that something eternal exists. And then there's a second stage to say, well, what are the properties we should expect of this eternal force or eternal being that exists? So Kalam cosmological argument, as formed by William Lane Craig or previously Imam Ghazali, takes you to an eternal cause. That's right. So that would be like the first stage of the argument. The second stage of the argument would say, okay, what type of properties or what would we expect of this eternal cause? Would it be something that's a non-agent, i.e. something that doesn't have a will, didn't choose to create, or is it something that so is it like a mechanical force, or is it something that looks like that chose to create, and had knowledge of what it was creating? And so therefore we would use arguments like, for example, Imam Ghazali. I don't know if you come across Imam Ghazali's argument on this point, Mukunda, how he goes from saying eternal cause, but it's a personal being.
Just frozen and dropped. Just give us a second, Sharif. No, I think his broadband's acting up. You may have to repeat that piece again. While he's dropped, I think this is an excellent point, and this is actually the point we wanted to explore very early on in the program. For those joining late, this was actually a point where, if earlier in the discussion we diverted to a few of the topics, but this is fundamentally, I think, the key.
Sorry about that.
No, Mukunda. So, how much of the response did you catch from Brother Sharif?
Not much at all, man.
No, sorry.
No, okay.
No, that was my fault. I don't know what happened.
Okay, so go ahead, Sharif.
So Mukunda was saying, you got the point about two stages of the argument. The first stage that gets us to eternal being. And then the second sage that says, okay, is it a personal agent?
Oh, no, I did not. Sorry.
Oh, right, okay.
I think I just got cut off even before we got to how you went from cause to a being.
Right, okay. So we basically saying, okay, so when we talk about the first stage of the argument, we're coming to a conclusion that there is something eternal. Now, what that eternal thing is, that's up for a second stage argument or second stage cosmological argument. And what is maybe the best explanation of, is it a mechanical force, or is it something that has some sort of will or intentionality to create? So Imam Ghazali, when he talks about, whatever begins to exist requires an explanation stroke cause, the universe began to exist, therefore the universe has an explanation and cause, and that cause has to be eternal, because through an infinite regress, you have to have at least one thing that's eternal according to him. I don't know if you come across why he then argued for a personal agent or an agent with will.
You mean in Aristotelian thought, or just generally?
No, just specifically Imam Ghazali, his argument. I don't know if you've come across that.
It's been a while since I read it, so I don't remember. No
problem. So his argument was basically to say that if you have an eternal cause where everything is necessary and sufficient to cause its effect, then the effect would be eternal. So his argument, because it rests upon something where the effect begins and is not eternal, then he's saying, therefore, it's not the case that you have a necessary being which has no will, but rather you have a necessary being that has a will, because the will becomes a sufficient reason. And that's how we see around us that agents are those things that choose to create, where there are no prior necessitating causes for it to create.
Yeah, I don't see how that logically connects from a cause to a being, because it could be entirely just an eternal will that exists.
Even if you say eternal will, that's the point, isn't it? Is that the issue is that are we talking about an agent that willed something into existence?
Well, I mean, when we're talking about a will can just be a drive, right? It could just be a not, because the cosmological argument just says there has to be a cause. It doesn't.
So
it doesn't ultimately say that cause itself can't have a cause and it can't be infinite regress. So the fact that we don't have an infinite regress is not a really issue of logic. It's just that we don't like it.
Well, I think it's a bit more than that. So you have something called causal finitism, which is being perceived as something which has negation of, it results in affirming and non-affirming at the same time. So you have something like causal finitism. Obviously, they have other people who would argue that it's a metaphysical impossibility, meaning that, and that comes down to a discussion of what does logical possibility mean in this context, and what's the difference between that and a metaphysical possibility, which is a big topic, but we can discuss that.
Sure.
So the issue is that from Imam Ghazali's point of view, and when we're talking about cosmological, I'm talking about here specifically the Kalam cosmological argument. And like I said, prior to that, we have a whole family of arguments that we use to justify. It doesn't necessitate us to use just one argument. And I think as human beings, we don't really use one argument.
No, we use multitude, right?
Exactly. When I'm looking at you, or when I look at Muhammad, and I think, is he a real human being, or is he chat GPT or whatever it is?
Mm-hmm.
I've got multiple ways of sort of distinguishing that, and I build that picture in my head, and I come to a conclusion. So in the same way with regards to belief in a creator. But in terms of Imam Ghazali's Kalam cosmological argument, what he's saying is that if you have an eternal cause and there is no choice for the eternal cause, it necessitates its creating power, then the effect would be eternal. Do you see that point?
Well, okay. So if there's a cause, that's an internal cause. Correct.
Which has all the necessary and sufficient principles to create the effect.
Right. So it would just be eternal effect, but why it couldn't just be eternal cause and effect? It could be a cycle of cause and effect.
Yeah,
so cycle itself would still fall into an infinite regress.
Which is what's wrong with that?
No, but Mukunda, this goes back to the point, which is that you're saying that, okay, if we grant the KCA, and by granting the KCA means you're granting the fact that things that begin to exist, the universe, meaning that an actual infinite is impossible, or causal finitism is necessary, then if you're granting all of that point, the conclusion would be, obviously, like you said.
So this is the new cosmological argument, right? By the one, what's his name uses? William Lane Craig.
Yeah, William Lane Craig. He's, and he admits that he took it from Imam Ghazali as well.
Yeah.
So the point being is that if we're granting all of these points, then what we also grant, what becomes an entailment of that position would be that, okay, if the eternal cause had everything necessary and sufficient to cause the effect, like you said, it would have an eternal effect. Yeah?
Right,
but if we granted the argument, we're saying the effect is not eternal. It had a beginning. There was a moment where there was a cause and no effect, and then there was a moment where there was cause and effect.
No, so what I'm saying to that is, it doesn't necessarily logically lead to that. It can lead to an eternal set of causes grounded by an eternal being.
But now you're no longer granting the argument.
No, I know. I'm not granting the modern cosmological argument. I think the historic cosmological argument didn't have the sense of the extra element of there is no actual infinite.
Well, Mukunda, the thing is that obviously cosmological arguments are itself a division of different types of argument. Contingency argument falls into it. There are different forms of contingency argument. Kalam cosmological argument is a form of cosmological argument. Yeah. So if we and this is the point, I think what we're saying is we're not just talking about different types of argument. We're talking about a specific argument, which was the Kalam cosmological argument, which itself with Imam Ghazali, he talks about different types of infinities and whether infinities can exist in the real world. And he argues that it doesn't exist. So that's the point. Point is that if we've acknowledged and accepted that, even if it's taken for granted, the entailments of that position is that you have a cause without effect at a moment, and then you have a cause with effect. Yeah.
Right.
And so that issue of there being a beginning of the effect implies that this cause was not necessary and sufficient to always have created the effect. So it's not some mechanical force that's just simply driven. Like if you had an eternal flame, you'd have eternal light from that flame. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, given the parameters of that cosmological argument, I have to, again, this is where I was talking earlier about the nature of our conversations about the nature of induction and deduction, right? Like Indian logic is not deductive or inductive, where we allow for the fact that a statement also has to have some validity in the world of whatever world we inhabit. Like for example, if you were to say all crows are black, and this is I see a crow, then therefore it's black. That would be a logically valid argument deductively, but it wouldn't be necessarily inductively the same.
Yeah, that's fine. But I think from our perspective, when we talk about cosmological arguments, so obviously you got like the non-cosmological arguments,
right?
Like the ontological argument, moral argument, transcendental arguments. Yeah. So those types of arguments, they don't require you to go out into the world and look. So a cosmological argument is those arguments where you go out into the world and look.
Right.
And then from that, you're going to come to certain conclusions. Now, some of those premises, like, for example, whatever begins to exist as a cause, some of those premises themselves would be in part justified through induction. So we experience things that begin to exist, and those things that begin to exist that we've experienced also have causes.
Right.
We would also make a further claim, as going into this particular argument, like other scholars talk about this,
sure,
because they talk about there are certain rational necessities that we have to have in our mind, like the principle of causality,
right,
in order to make sense of the world. The fact that we are able to make sense of the world means that causality must exist. Therefore, causality is an a priori position before we come to our understanding
sure,
of the world.
Yeah, we have to accept that there's such a cause. There can be cause and effect, and that it's a law, right? Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. But at the same time, we're postulating within that there's someone that's beyond that, correct? That somehow doesn't fall prey to cause and effect, but somehow is still a cause.
That's right.
Without it necessarily being an effect of something else.
That's because the way to explain that would be this idea of will, the ability to choose to do an act,
right?
Which comes internal from the agent and is non-necessitating, meaning that this internal agent didn't have to do that.
Well, yes, but then it also shows that there is a want, maybe. Because why would God will if he doesn't have a desire?
So this is where we have our epistemic limits as Muslims. We would say, okay, we can make certain claims about the creator. Like, for example, a very basic example, if somebody's knocking on my door,
right,
I'm saying, okay, somebody's behind the door, but is it a man or a woman? Is he this high, 6 foot tall, 5 foot tall? I don't know. Yeah. Is he from India? Is he from England?
Sure.
I'm not sure. So there's epistemic limits. All we want to do as Muslims, primarily is keep our metaphysical commitments based upon our rationality to a minimum. Yeah. So we want to come to certain conclusions, or we believe we can come to certain conclusions without this overload of trying to adopt lots of metaphysics about how the world is, how reality is, how wants are, how choices are, how knowledge is, all of these things. We want to keep it to a minimum. We come using that process to the fact that there's a creator with a will. Now, beyond that, how that will manifests, why did God create, what does it mean for God to create in terms of desire, want, etc., that's beyond our capacity to understand. Yeah, we either need direct revelation, or if revelation doesn't contain it, it doesn't mean that we're not warranted to believe these things. Yeah, so we don't have to have the full explanation of a thing in order to know the thing exists. So it's like I give the example of you guys don't call it paracetamol. I think you call it aminopenicillin. It's a simple analgesic, simple painkiller. Mansur, what's it called? What's
it's called was it
Tylenol?
Toramol or something? Tylenol.
That's your brand. That's what they call it, the brand.
Yeah.
Now, from the science point of view, we don't know what's the mechanism of cause of action. Yeah, of why it causes the pain relief that it causes. Why does it cause the reduction of temperature? But the fact that we don't know the cause, the mechanism of action, doesn't mean that we aren't warranted and justified to believe that if I've got a headache, I take this Tylenol or paracetamol in order to lower my temperature and reduce pain. Yeah. So
right.
In the same way,
but that's also in the real world where things can play out. Right. At some level, it's just a lack of knowledge which you can gather over time. So in these cases of talking about the logic of God and so on, there's no more information that one can gain outside of what's already present to add to that conversation. So at some level, we're just making assumptions, correct?
Well, that's the point. The point here is that I'm not making an assumption about how paracetamol works until I've got information. If I don't have that information, I can't make that assumption. But I'm still warranted and justified to believe that it works. Yeah.
Right.
So in the same way, in terms of God, is that okay? We believe that this necessary eternal being exists, and we believe that it has a will, has the ability to choose. Now, what causes that choice? Why did God choose to do this over that? What if you want to use the word desire or anything like that, we don't know. So we don't go into that discussion. Yeah. We just say, okay, we're warranted to have that. If we had the information, we would be able to know it. What type of information would be able to gain in order to justify the reasons why God created? Well, that would require something that God himself reveals to us. If he hasn't revealed it to us, then we wouldn't know.
Yeah, I mean, but there are built-in premises to all this stuff anyway, there too, right? Like ultimately, the idea that if there's a will doesn't act on its own. There's, these are all definitional things, right? For anyone to have a will, there has to be a want. To will something, you have to want something or desire. So therefore, we have to say that God has a desire.
I don't think so. I don't think you can. I think even if I was to look at a person, or let's say, for example, SETI, search for extraterrestrial intelligence.
Yeah.
The way the scientists are looking for intelligence out there, they're looking for a signal that doesn't have a naturalistic explanation. Yeah. So that just is a basic, general understanding of how SETI works. Search for extraterrestrial intelligence. They don't need to know what the want was. They just need to identify that there is a signal with a repeating pattern that seems to have some sort of potential code that is not explained by some sort of naturalistic phenomena like a quasar, a pulsar, or supernova, or black hole, etc. If they can demonstrate that, then they can say, okay, if we can eliminate all possible natural explanations for the creation of this, we then say it's intelligent. Yeah. So therefore, we're warranted to justify the intelligence, even without knowing what the meaning, the semantic of that signal was, or the intent.
Well, that's a placeholder. That's what we use as a placeholder, right? Because we can't cover the gamut of all different things in the world. We use that as we've reduced all what we know so far to be an explanation. Therefore, it must be not these things. It must be this, right? It's just a placeholder until we actually have actual knowledge of something. So this is
no, I think it's more than that. I think, for example, when I look at yourself, Mukunda, or Mansur, I'm looking, and when he speaks to me, I'm thinking, okay, this person is an agent. He's a free willing agent. Yeah. I'm not thinking to myself that this person is a robot. And the reason why is because I'm saying, okay, there's a distinction between robots and human beings.
Well, it's also because we're taking the perspective that the other person opposite us is much like us, right? That has an internal will and desires, right? If there was a functionally robot that looked like us in front of us, you'd assume the same, even though you'd be wrong.
Yeah, but if I had a person, what I'm doing when I'm assessing Mansur is, or let's say, for example, I come across a rock and it's rolling downhill. I'm not going to say, oh, it has agency. Yeah, but if I see a rock and it's rolling uphill, I'm going to say, oh, something very spooky is going on. Something's causing the rock to make the choice to go against gravity. Yeah, and therefore I'm going to have this idea that therefore there must be something intelligent. And the same thing with regards to SETI, search for extraterrestrial intelligence, is that they're not just putting as a placeholder saying, oh, because if they wanted to put a placeholder, they'd just say it's unknown. There's an unknown signal. But what they're doing is they're saying, okay, no, there's an intelligence behind this signal. And the intelligence doesn't necessitate us to say, okay, he looks like us. He must be a human being. It's just saying it's an intelligence. We're saying also, we don't need to know what the desire was for this intelligence because it's non-naturalist explanation, etc. Yeah. So I'm just saying is that we have experiences of our own decisions that we make, and it's true we have desires, but I wouldn't say that's the necessitating definition of our ability to assess whether something has an intelligence or not, or has a will or not.
Well, that's the thing. It's like if we know all our experiences of will and of anything like that are connected to other beings, right? So if we know someone's willing something, we're using the word will, we're clearly meaning it has some sort of intent.
Yeah, that's right. So there's an intent behind it.
So a teleological purpose, meaning there's something that is yet to be achieved.
No, I don't think it's necessarily something that yet to be achieved. I think it's
unless it's mechanical, which is fine. Then if it's just a mechanical thing, then it's if it's a being, if it's a thinking, intelligent being, and it's doing something in order to achieve something.
Yeah, but the assumption here is that you're saying that to achieve something is because it's lacking something in itself.
Or has a desire, yeah. It's not self-fulfilled.
So it's lacking something. So I'm saying no, you don't. I'm saying you don't have to make that. That is I think an unwarranted position to hold about will, because I'm saying that in order, like I said at the beginning, as Muslims, what we try to do is we try to keep our metaphysical commitments to the minimum. So when we talk about will, we're not talking about, okay, let's understand what will is in relation to lots of different metaphysics behind it.
No, I'm just taking logically speaking, right? Like a will is something that has to accomplish. Like to do something, you're trying to do something.
No, because I'm defining will as that which doesn't require any prior causes and is non-necessitating.
Well, I mean,
which is, I think, is the minimal definition that everybody can agree upon. Those ideas, for example, of having desires, requiring completion, all these
those
things.
Are all for beings that already have intelligence.
No, because I can make an argument against that. Yeah, so there are arguments on free will, which is that it's indeterministic. Yeah, that there are no necessitating reasons behind why I would choose strawberry cake over chocolate cake. There may be reasons, but they're non-necessitating reasons.
Well, I mean, you desire strawberry cake, you want to eat it, so you eat strawberry cake.
Yeah, but then if you look at the logic of that argument, you'd basically denying free will. You'd be saying that actually there are no ability to make choices because all choices are drives, and all drives are either biological or caused by external realities, which causes you to make the choices. Whereas actually we hold the idea that there are no that free will can be understood as non-necessitating influences where the person can make an indeterministic act. And I think that's the point that we're saying, is that what you're identifying when it comes to somebody who has a willing agent is that he has an indeterministic ability to act, meaning he's acting not by necessity, but acting and not acting because something else is causing you, but acting based upon its own decision.
Its own decision to do what? I mean, I guess that's the point you're saying you can't get to, right? You're just leaving that be.
Yeah, we're leaving that be, but I'm saying it's still justified to say that free will is that which is indeterministic.
So whatever that decision is, it's probably entirely arbitrary.
It could be, but I'm saying is that the point here is this: is that if we identify a indeterministic act of a being. So when I use the word being here, I'm just talking about that which exists in its philosophical sense. So if we identify an indeterministic act of a being, then I'm saying that warrants justification of will. And I'm saying that is how various philosophers have argued for. I'm not talking about Muslim philosophers. I'm talking general philosophers argued for the idea of free will. So the idea that it's connected to desires, wants, and reasons, therefore, is not necessary, and therefore it can't be said that it's logically necessitating that a will implies desire, which therefore implies that the being requires something that it doesn't already have.
Okay. I mean, I think this is interesting. I mean, we can pursue that some more.
Yeah. So therefore that's what Imam Ghazali, if he's using the KCA, the Kalam cosmological argument, he's saying that, well, you've got a cause which is eternal and that is necessitated to create, which would make the effect eternal. But if we've agreed that the effect is not eternal, then the cause that's eternal is non-necessitating. And the only thing that we know that's non-necessitating but has the ability to create an effect is the will. And that's why he comes to the conclusion that a creator has a will. Now, other scholars use different arguments. So some scholars will use the idea of takhsis, which means specification, that the universe is specified in certain laws. Yeah. And specification is a way of us identifying that something has made a choice. So if I had a red triangle drawn outside my house and I didn't know who drew it, and it's red, I'd be saying, okay, who drew it? Yeah, I'd be thinking of an intelligent willed agent, even if I didn't know the desire. And the reason why is because it could have been blue, could have been yellow, could have been pink, could have been green, but it's red. So it's specified in a particular way. So when we look at the universe, we're seeing that there are things which are specified, takhsis, and this is an argument that Ibn Taymiyyah, rahimahullah, he would use in order to demonstrate will. There are other arguments about, like, for example, design within the universe, more theological type arguments that are also used as second stage arguments for cosmological arguments. Or a modern argument would be like consciousness. Consciousness is not reducible to the material.
Right.
So if a non-conscious agent can't produce consciousness, and we're saying that there is a fundamental cause to the whole of the universe, and we have consciousness in the universe, then that thing that caused it must also be conscious. So there's 3 or 4 or 5 different arguments that people use in order to come to that conclusion.
Sure. So I think those are all fair. And those are arguments used by both Muslims and Christians, and even the Nyaya school of Indian thought about proving the nature of God and God's existence.
Yeah, I've come across Hare Krishnas that use similar arguments.
Yeah. So going from there, how does one get to the Islamic Quranic God from that?
So from Muslim perspective,
hold on.
So just before we go, quick time check. Sharif, are you still okay for a few more minutes?
A few more minutes.
All right. Okay, so you let us know when you need to go, because I think Mukunda.
If you don't remind him, he'll be okay. Even longer.
If we want to do another session on this,
this is a good question, because this actually goes to the crux of what we opened with,
right? Which
is, how do we get from knowing this being to knowing the Islamic conception of God? And I think if we can get to the Islamic conception of God, then I think we'll have got to a natural segue where we can have a follow-on session and we can continue this line of questioning.
That's fine. So
yeah.
I think
Mukunda would probably ask a further question, actually, which is a prior question to how we get to Islam. Is that how do we get from deism to theism?
Right. That was my.
Yeah, actually, that is the prior question. Okay, go ahead, Sharif. All yours.
So, just to plug Thought Adventure Podcast, we actually did a live stream on this. How do you get from why would we accept theism as opposed to deism? There's different arguments, and lots of these are big topics anyway, because I think we've spent about 2 hours talking about this. But we would say, okay, human beings are created with this natural innate instinct to worship, or this spiritual instinct. And as I mentioned earlier, spirituality is not something just because it's satisfied means that it's actually satisfied correctly. Now, if we accept Kalam cosmological argument and we accept the entailments that it requires a will, then what we're accepting is that whether it's through evolutionary process or not, that's irrespective at this moment in time, this being chose to create, knowing that the being that he was going to create would have this attribute of wanting to worship. So ultimately, this attribute of wanting to worship or sanctify is something that was created by this being. This would be the argument from deism to theism. So therefore, if it's the case, then and the satisfaction of the spiritual instinct is not known by the human being. So let's say, for example, what is a sanctification instinct? We would say it's the desire for human beings to connect to the divine. So something which is more than material. Yeah?
Right.
To have that relationship with it, to, and that has various manifestations like submission, following, worship, etc. But it's that connection, that relationship. If that divine is this necessary eternal being that created us, yeah, and ultimately we are a manifestation of that creation, which includes the fact that we have this desire to want to connect with this being, yeah, which is caused by this being. This desire to want to connect to this being is caused by this being as well. Then how to satisfy that spiritual instinct? Is it something that we can know, or is it something that requires some sort of revelation?
So a couple of things here real quick.
Yeah.
From the last position of there's a being that has a will. A being with the will does not necessarily have to have knowledge. It could just be will itself, right? It could just create and just will to create as and will it when it chooses, with no sense of what it's creating, how it's creating. It just desires to create.
No, we would say
no, but there's no
to
reason for there to have anything more than a will.
So it goes back to that point about what Ibn Taymiyyah said about takhsis, which is specification. So the universe has certain laws that could have been another way. Water boils at 100 degrees Celsius at room conditions. It could have boiled at higher or lower.
Sure, maybe there's other universes it does.
Yeah, so there's specification, and even if there are other universes, it's still specification in each universe. So each universe, there's an ordering. Yeah. So this universe doesn't operate according to another.
Maybe there's universes that are inert. Right. This is what I'm saying is like.
So this, but the point here is that you have specification in each universe, and each universe is ordered in.
Or it just happens naturally. The Lord, I mean, the will wills existence, and the existence wills itself or flows out however it's going to flow out. So there might be infinite universes, of which some universes are functional, other universes aren't, and each of them are just, it's like an experiment occurring across the entire reality. All the one did was will it.
Yeah. So there's a few things. So again, if we're granting the KCA, we're basically saying there's still a finite number of universes because of the problem of an actual infinite. So there would still be a finite number of universes. If there's a finite number of universes, then there's a finite number of universes with various specifications. And therefore, it's not the case that there's an infinite number of universes, an infinite number of specificational attributes that could exist. So we're therefore still left with specification that each universe is specified. So if there's 100, 10, 1,000, a billion, there's still a certain number.
I don't think that jump makes sense from finite number of universes. There can be finite number of universes. There can be infinite number of universes, all with beginnings. That's all it means.
No, because the argument that's used by Imam Ghazali and the KCA argues against an actual infinite.
Right. I'm saying so even the being that you're talking about cannot be infinite then.
No, because the idea of an actual infinite is discrete parts that make up an infinity. So we're not saying God is a discrete part. So
yeah. So I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying God is a cause, and cause is infinite universes because He causes it. He can. It's His ability to cause infinity can occur. Right. Because He's not a part. So there can be functionally infinite universes.
Yeah. But again, sorry, Mukunda, it does go back to the discussion about if we granted the premises of the KCA.
Even if I grant that premise is what I'm saying, because you're saying there is a God, right? There's a cause. There's a cause, and we've got to that cause being a being.
Yeah.
So that being itself is either actual infinite or not. And you're saying because it doesn't have parts, it is an actual infinite. So that
it's not an actual infinite, yeah.
It is an actual infinite, right?
It's not.
God is not.
Yeah. So an actual infinite is an infinite that's composed of parts, discrete parts.
Okay.
So we're saying God is not composed of discrete parts.
So God is,
according to that argument.
Is He infinite then?
Eternal. So we use the term eternal, independent, self-sufficient. Yeah.
Okay.
So if you want to use the word infinite, you can use infinite in a qualitative sense.
Sure.
But you wouldn't be able to use an infinite in a quantitative sense.
Yeah, there's not infinite gods.
There is an infinite parts.
Yes.
That's what it's saying as well. So you can't have an infinite parts of something. Now, some people, and it's valid, and even within the Islamic tradition, people critique the idea of an actual infinite, even though they hold on to causal finitism. Yeah.
Sure.
But as we were saying, for the sake of the argument for the KCA, for the sake of the argument, for the KCA in essence denies an actual infinite. Yeah,
Well,
you
it
can't
denies
have,
it.
you
Well, it
can't
denies
have.
an actual infinite within a bounded world, right?
No, it's more than that. So, for example, Imam Ghazali's arguments against an actual infinite. I don't know if you. I know it's a while ago, but have you come across the orbits argument?
I don't recall it. No.
Yeah. So basically, he was saying that the orbit of the Earth takes 365 days, and the orbit of Saturn takes, I don't know, I think it's 10 years around
Correct.
the Sun. And so he says, if the universe has always existed and the solar system has always existed, because obviously that's how they viewed it, then the number of orbits of Saturn would be equal to the number of orbits of Earth, because both of them would have to be
actually infinite. Yeah, I understand that argument, but again, I mean, this is what I'm saying is within a bounded frame, right? This universe is, even if it has a beginning and it's unbounded, right? In that sense, you're saying it's all equal. What I'm saying is from God's perspective, right? We're saying there's this being that is not an actual infinite, but is internal, of infinite power, quality, whatever. His will is infinite, correct?
So so when we say his will is infinite, I think what it is when
he
we
can
talk about
create himself infinite universes. There's nothing to stop him from doing that,
no,
unless the logic, he's bound by logic.
Yeah, we don't say he's bound by logic. What we're saying is that when we say something is logically impossible, what we're saying is that the semantics of the sentence is meaningless. So even though I might be able to understand the words, I'm saying the actual meaning, the semantic, is a non-thing. So when we say God is all-powerful, as an example, omnipotent, and then people say, oh, well, can't God create a stone that's so heavy that he can't lift?
Yeah.
And then you say no, and then you say, oh, are you bounding God by limitations? Say no, it's because when we say omnipotence, we're saying ability to do all things which are logically possible.
Right, so logically possible, meaning within the world of language.
Yeah, so our language, when we talk about an infinite number of universes, an actual infinite that's created, so what we're saying is, does it make semantic sense, to say an infinite number of finite things? And we're saying, in this argument, if you accept this argument, we're saying that that's impossible. That it's impossible, it's that word, that term, that language is meaningless.
Right.
Yeah?
So again, this is where I'm being very clear. If I grant the argument, it doesn't mean the argument is true. The argument's valid. It doesn't necessarily give you anything about the truth of the argument.
Yeah, but that's a separate point, isn't it? Because
right, it is a separate point, but it's a point that's important.
Yeah, but when I turn around and if I was to say, for example, to yourself, Mukunda, if I accept the argument, or I grant the argument for the sake of argument, what I'm doing for you is I'm saying, well, if I assume your premises are true and that it logically follows, then I'm going to accept.
You're just saying it's a valid argument.
Accept the argument. Yeah, but it's more than just what I'm doing is I'm not just saying that your structure is valid. What I'm saying is that I'm also agreeing that your premises are true as well. I'm not saying it is true. I'm just saying for the sake of argument.
Right, exactly. Yeah,
so I'm saying so if we're following this for the sake of argument, then we have to accept that what Imam Ghazali and others would say is that an actual infinite, an infinite amount of finite things, is a meaningless sentence. It's a meaningless proposition. It doesn't carry meaning. It's not got any. So it's not a thing. So when we say God cannot create this, we're not saying that God is bound by logic. It means that the thing that we're talking about is like a married bachelor. Can God?
Right. It's a logical impossibility because it definitionally doesn't exist. Right.
Yes. So that's what they'd be arguing.
Yes.
Now, that's if we grant that. Now, I know there are, like I said, within the Islamic tradition, different positions on this particular actual infinite, even though they generally accept causal finitism. Yeah. So that series of causes have to have a beginning, but like you mentioned, there could be an infinite number of causes, but the efficient cause ultimately is God. So that's one argument that some people use. But for the sake of this argument, which is the KCA, they would deny that. Now, if they're denying that, then on this premise of saying, okay, can you have an infinite number of universes with an infinite number of attributes? We would say, no, not on the basis of this argument, you can't do that. So then you have a finite number of universes, and under the finite number of universes, each universe still could have had an infinite number of attributes, but was chosen to have a specific set of attributes. as opposed to another set of attributes. Yeah. Now that specification implies that the being that's made the choice had the knowledge of the different possibilities. Now that's also connected to the idea of omnipotence as well.
But I don't see that jump, right? So that's what I'm saying is the knowledge doesn't necessarily follow from a will.
This is to do with specification.
Right, but that's an element that you're throwing in later on.
No. So specification was one of the justifications for will. Yeah. And so specification says, okay, if I had, so let's say, for example, why do we say God is all powerful or God has omniproperties? We would say that one of the reasons why would be, and it's moving into a different argument, which is like a contingency argument.
It's a different argument. Yeah,
which would be the fact that there are no arbitrary limits. Yeah. So if you're saying there's arbitrary limits, then there needs to be a reason and explanation as to why it has arbitrary limits. So in this situation, we're saying, okay, there can't be arbitrary limits for a necessary being because then it wouldn't be necessary, it would be contingent. So therefore, it would require an explanation for its existence. Yeah. So we're saying, okay, there's a necessary being. So therefore, when we say that something is omnipotent, the creator is omnipotent, we're saying it has to have either arbitrary limits or non-arbitrary limits. In this context, it would be non-arbitrary limits, meaning omniproperties. Yeah.
Okay.
So in that situation, when you've got an omnipotent being that has the ability to create all things and has the ability to choose what to create, then it follows that it would have knowledge of what are.
But I'm also trying to figure out where we get omnipotent from. So we went from from a base being to a deistic God with will. And where's omnipotence come from there? Because by the very nature of the world existing, he must be able to create. Therefore, he has power to do so.
No, it's not just that. It's because it's to do with the fact that if you're going to have arbitrary limits upon a being, anything that exists, then it's natural to ask the question, why does it have that amount as opposed to another amount?
Well, I mean, are we putting a limit when you say it has the ability to create?
So let me give you a practical example of this. So, for example, if I saw a snowman outside my house and I'm like thinking to myself, why is there a snowman outside my house? Now, I don't need to have seen the snowman to have begun to exist in order to know that it has a cause. Now, you might say, well, it's through past experience. But I think there's also another aspect to this, which is that I know that the snowman has certain arbitrary limits. It could have been other than what it is. Yeah. So the fact that it has a certain amount of thing within it, yeah, whether it's its attributes, its limitations, or the amount of snow, it could have been bigger or smaller.
Sure.
Then from that, I infer that obviously it's contingent, it's dependent upon something to have determined what it is. Yeah. So it's this idea of determination, or in Arabic, we use the word murajjih, which means the determinant. Yeah. So there is a determining factor on things which are arbitrarily limited. So if we're saying there's something which is outside of this contingent, limited, dependent thing, then it must be non-arbitrarily limited. Yeah. So it can't just have arbitrary limits. So its power can't be 99. Yeah. Where it could have been 7 or it could have been 110, but rather it would have to be non-arbitrary, which basically would mean unlimited.
Does that mean that, or it just means undetermined?
Until no, it's not.
Because it's potentially unlimited, but it can be limited because we don't know.
Yeah, so if it's limited, though, then we would say that, okay, it could
have been. If it chose a limit, but that's the thing, right? It willed its own limit. And that then it's bound by that. I mean, this what I'm saying is even this conversation about these absolute terms, some way, at some form, ends up becoming very similar to the married bachelor kind of idea.
No, well, I'm not sure in terms of the how you're linking it to the married bachelor in this context.
Well, what I'm saying is so we want to say it's unlimited, but within that limitation, unlimitedness, it can limit itself, right? This is again where it goes back to the stone. That can you make a stone that's so heavy that God can't? Right? So this is where I'm saying is that by definitional points, conceptually, we hit brick walls.
So basically saying that. So this is the point about arbitrary limits. So we're saying that when we say that God cannot cause himself to die, we're not saying that's a limit on God. Yeah, we're saying that definitionally is meaningless sentence.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is a lot of what we do at this level is exactly that, right? We're trying to justify things that are beyond the scope of our understanding and fitting it into our understanding.
No, because see, I think again we would be warranted to say, okay, if we're talking about something, whether that's a being that exists within our realm or outside of our realm, then we would say yes, the semantics that we use to describe that being has to be meaningful. It can't be non-meaningful. So if I'm talking about outside of this universe there's a married bachelor, I'm saying, well, that's a meaningless statement. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I might as well just string words together in a random order and then say, well, is that a case? Can God create that? Well, it's a meaningless sentence. So if we accept that God is eternal and necessary, then by definition it cannot become contingent and have a beginning. Yeah.
So I mean, are we kind of saying that God doesn't have arbitrary will?
What do you mean that God doesn't have arbitrary will?
He can't just do what he wants.
So no, he can. But what he's going to do is going to do those things which are logically and metaphysically possible for God.
But I mean, I guess that's like limiting on him, correct?
No, it's not limiting, because if we go back to the issue of logical possibility, what we're just simply saying is that as human beings, from our language, we use terms, and when we're saying, can God do a thing, we're saying the thing itself must have semantic meaning, must have meaning. It must be a thing. So when we say something is all powerful, capable to do all things, what we're saying is that the thing itself must be a thing. When we're talking about a married bachelor or four-sided triangle, we're saying that is not a thing. So it's outside of what God it's outside of this idea of omnipotence.
So is God a thing too then within this context, or no?
So when we talk in an analogical predicative sense, yeah.
Okay.
So we're not saying it's identical to what we experience around us. But when we talk about existence, if we say God exists, is a being. Like when we talk in philosophy, things that exist, we call them beings. So yes, God exists, but he's different in the context of, obviously he's not a contingent being, he's a necessary being. And when we talk about necessity, then we're now bound by a particular definition of when we talk about this issue of necessity. Yeah. So moving forward, so when we're talking about the ability for human beings this desire for human beings to want to worship, yeah, I think it's warranted. Now you can say, okay, I don't think so. There are other speculative arguments, for this, but I think it's warranted to say, okay, if I have this desire to want to worship, and there's other things as well about in terms of our desires as well. We desire to be moral agents, yeah. We desire to have meaning and purpose, yeah. All of these desires that drives us, we would say, are caused and created by this necessary being, this creator, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, God, yeah.
Okay.
So therefore, the question then becomes, well, can I know what it means to be moral? Can I know what my meaning or a real meaning is? We don't just, obviously you have nihilists who say we make our meanings up. But as human beings, I think we actually want real meaning, true meaning, yeah, in a real sense, yeah, not just something we make up in our heads, yeah. So we want real meaning, we want real purpose, and we want a real relationship with the creator. All of these things are components created within human beings. Therefore, if I can't know these things prior to revelation, I would be looking for and expecting some sort of revelation. God has created within me this desire to seek him out.
Okay.
So that's how we would move from deism to theism. Whole long discussion, many different arguments and evidences for this that various Muslims use. But that's how we would move to that. Then when we're moving towards why Islam, then again, that's a whole topic in itself. I think we've done streams here and on other places as well, like Thought Adventure Podcast, where we've talked about how do we assess why Islam is a candidate to look at as a revealed religion, as opposed to having to assess every religion. And we would say, okay, you know, if we're expecting a revelation from a creator, then, you know, it should be something that comes from a necessary being. It cannot be a contingent being. It has to be something which is a guidance that tells us what's good and bad, tells us how to worship. It has to have some, it has to be preserved, you know, so, you know, we're actually getting what God said or the revelation claims to be, as opposed to something which has been interpolated or added to by human beings or corrupted over time. So it has to be preserved. And it has to be internally consistent, as well as have some external proofs and evidence to justify it as being from the creator. So when we look at Islam, we would say, okay, does it come from a creator? Does it claim to become from a creator? This necessary eternal being? Yes, it does. Surah Al-Ikhlas, 112th chapter of the Quran, is very clear in terms of what we understand as creators, as the Quran informs us. Then when we look at the issue of you know, is it a preserved religion? Then we say, yeah, it's preserved because we've got evidences for its preservation from, you know, the history of Islam in Mecca and Medina, to the preservation of the manuscripts, to the preservation of the oral recitation of the Quran. We have that. Then, you know, is it internally, you know, are there any internal consistencies or inconsistencies within it? We say there isn't. And are there external proofs? And we say, yeah, there are external proofs. One of those proofs are things like the linguistic miracles of the Quran, or the prophecies that the Prophet, peace be upon him, made, or the fact that the knowledge that the Quran contains wasn't understood or known for the people of the Arabian Peninsula at that time. Like, for example, the detailed knowledge of New Testament or the Gospels, or the Old Testament, or even science and technology, like, for example, the knowledge of the Greek or Roman or Jewish physicians that it also contains, as well as the omissions of where they made mistakes when they also had their particular theories about certain things as well. So there's lots of different arguments that we use. Other arguments about, could the Prophet, peace be upon him, be a liar? Could he have been deceived? Could he have been, was he truthful? You know, these are arguments also we look at. So, you know, for example, the Prophet, peace be upon him, was offered wealth and women and you know, fortune and leadership in Mecca, so long as he compromised his message, and he refused to do this. And this was a time when he was being boycotted and his companions were being tortured. So there's various lines of arguments that when you take them together, you have a case for why we believe that Quran and the Prophet, peace be upon him, is a prophet of God.
Okay. I mean, I think to get into that next level of explanation will be a little longer, maybe not today. And maybe I can have you on my podcast to talk about that, because I think it is interesting, because today we really just did the top level of the past hour, honestly, when you came on, Sharif, where you got into the nuts and bolts of why Muslims believe, well, I mean, how we're able to justify belief in some sense, right?
It's a very big topic, and there's lots of different layers within it.
Sure.
It's not, you know, with Muslims, with any Muslim, what it tends to be is, like I said, if I'm looking at, you know, you know, if I'm looking at, for example, diagnosing a disease, I'm not just looking at one particular, you know, okay, that's the symptom, means this. Right. You look at a range of evidences and arguments. And in the same way, with regards to Islam, you're looking at a range of evidence and arguments for belief in a creator. So we talked about KCA, we talked a bit about the contingency argument, but you also have transcendental arguments, like, for example, propositions. Are propositions do they contain mental content? And are there necessary propositions? And if they're necessary propositions and they contain mental content, then it means that there must be grounding for these necessary propositions. And that's one argument people use for the argument of the creator. I think James Anderson, who's a Christian, but he's written a paper on this, and Dr. Safruk Chowdhury as well, who's a Muslim, has also written a paper on this as well. So there's various arguments for belief in a creator, in the same way there's various arguments as to why we justify the rationality of the belief in a creator. Some of those arguments are going to be like pushes that push us towards Islam, and some of them are going to be negative in terms of the fact that why we reject other religions as well.
Sure. And I think that makes sense. From that perspective, right? Like within our traditions, we have different schools, right? We have one school like the Nyaya school, which will engage in these exact kind of conversations about nature of God and so on. And then you have the Mimamsa school, which talk about the nature of Vedanta. Right? These schools are, I mean, many of them predate Islam by a couple hundred years, about 1,000 years. But there's an entire corpus of texts on those. And I wish I was an expert at it, but I'm not. And there's quite a bit to cover there. So maybe next time I can bring someone on that is an expert, and we can discuss. And I'll add whatever I can. But from my tradition internally, we have dealt with the Nyaya arguments, and our position, as I said earlier, was fundamentally like logic can't lead you to know God or justify God. It's a tool you can try. It's helpful at some level, but it really comes down to having the experience of divinity.
Okay, cool. I think maybe if we were to sort of close the gap a little bit, I would say in terms of epistemic perspective, we would say, logic or rationality cannot get us to know God. We need revelation. Yeah.
Right.
But what it can do is it can get us to the position that somebody's knocking on the door. But
Correct.
what does that being want from us? How does that being guide us? How does that being, tell us how to worship and how to treat others when peace is necessary and when warfare is sometimes necessary? How to interact with our children, how to interact with our wives. Is interest banking system allowed or not? These things are important things that we believe are that require revelation in order to tell us how to live our lives, both as individuals and as society. Yeah. So in terms of knowing God in that sense, rationality and logic is not going to get us to know God in that sense, but that's why we need revelation. And even then, revelation itself will only tell us certain things, and there are certain things that are outside of our purview that even we've not been informed by revelation. But those things that we've not been informed by revelation, they're not those things which are going to cause us things to doubt the revelation in and of itself. Yeah, I don't know if Mohammed wants to end it here. It's a nice little segue to end, maybe.
Yeah, no, so I think so first of all, thank you, Brother Sharif, for attending to your emergency and coming back on again. Very, very highly appreciated. And also thank you to Brother Abdul Rahman, who had to drop off for family commitments, but we appreciate you joining as well briefly. And I'd like to thank Mukunda for your time.
Sure.
And
thank you guys.
And yeah, look, these discussions do tend to go all over the place, and we eventually lock down where it is we want to go. And I think next time let's coordinate, I think, a different discussion on where we left off today.
Sure.
Where we want to get to. I'd look forward to that, actually. And again, we're happy to invite you back here with whoever guest you want. Be more than happy to arrange that.
Maybe a good idea, Mohammed, is write out the list of questions beforehand that both Mukunda wants to ask and maybe you guys want to ask.
That's a really good idea, actually. Yeah. So Mukunda, let's you and I plan that. Let's you and I plan that, okay, in the background, and then we'll coordinate that for the next session. And you invite your guest, your expert on.
Yeah. If you guys have questions, for sure, send them my way, and then I can.
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay, good. Brother Mansur. Sorry, Brother Hashim. Are you still there? Oh, alhamdulillah. Oh, we can't hear you.
He's on mute.
I'm here. Yeah.
Yeah, I know you've been attending to all the admin in the background and everything, but any last words as we close out the session today?
I don't think we'll have time for Q&A, right?
I can do.
No, I don't think so.
If you guys want.
Brother Sharif, we can do Q&A, but Brother Sharif has to go, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go, definitely.
Okay. So, we can keep it for the next show. It's entirely.
Yeah, let's keep it for the next show because I think
it's been over 4 hours already.
Let's get to a natural conclusion because we've only got halfway through the discussion today, so I want to get to a natural conclusion, and then we have a proper Q&A. Okay, alhamdulillah.
Inshallah.
Okay, jazakallah. Brother Mansur, over to you, and you can close out the session.
First of all, thank you, Mukunda, for joining in this panel. It's been a pleasure listening to both of you, Sharif as well. Now I can see you.
I thought I'd switch the light on. I'm actually in the car at the moment.
All right, are you? Okay.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah. So I think this is exactly what we are planning to. I mean, I think Mukunda has not been disappointed because this is what we are trying to understand each other's epistemology and how do we understand our faith perspective from each other. So this has been, I think, a very beneficial and fruitful discussion, and hopefully we'll have not just one, perhaps even more further discussion to bridge this gap that we have in understanding our, respective faith traditions. And dispel the myth that people have that we can't communicate and we can't talk and we can't reason with each other, because this is something that what DawahWise is doing to break that misconception, the barrier that people have, that you just have to leave what you have and try to be afraid of the other traditions and not engage. What we are doing here and what we have done and demonstrated, that we can talk and we can reason and we can be amicable and we can be respectful, and the discussion will enlighten both our audience as well as the panelists that we're here, in terms of how we appreciate the difference that we have. Similarities, obvious, so many similarities, but the differences we can appreciate why it comes from and where it comes from. And hopefully, as we go along, as we engage more and more, we try to bring this gap closer and closer, and eventually all of us will be on the same truth. And that is the goal, because ultimately, if there is one reality, if there's one truth, we will all be part of that one truth, rather than perceptions or aspect of that truth. So I'm going to leave that by congratulating both of you here for having a very civilized, amicable discussion. Thanking all our moderators and Hashim doing all that background admin work. Thank you. And that, a little bit of heated discussion there. Of course, this wasn't intentional, and I'm sure Mukunda understands that too. So apologies if somehow you felt that we are coming from a critical point of view, which we didn't even
No, I didn't think of. I think Hashim wasn't part of it in the beginning. So my thought was that Mansur, you and Mohammed, you've been here since the beginning, so you guys were on the same page. I thought Hashim came in without knowing what we discussed beforehand. So
I didn't know what rules you guys set. So.
Yeah, so that's why.
Yeah, apologies if it came up.
No, we eventually understood each other. I want to thank all the moderators and all the people who are watching, who are supporting and commenting. And we apologize, we're not taking any questions today because it's been quite a while. But I hope that all of you have understood and appreciated this discussion, which is quite overdue, really, to go into that level of depth. It's not something that we see that in our discussion that we have between our different respective faiths. People often go on the periphery, start accusing each other, and go into a very, polemical tone. So very much appreciated. So I don't want to make it any longer.
Can I say and
of course,
something real quick? Yeah. So I just want to thank you guys for the time and effort in having this conversation. I do appreciate it. Sharif Bhai, I really it was cool. This is what I was looking for from the get-go, is to have those deeper conversations to understand the logic within the Islamic tradition on how you come to the beliefs that you come to. So I was just asking questions to elucidate a lot of these ideas a little bit more. I want to take the opportunity also, like anyone that was listening that wants to just ask me questions about what we believe, and how we get there, please feel free to hit me up on Twitter or whatever it is. I'll respond back to the best of my knowledge. I do think more of this stuff is really, really interesting and important. So finally, I think we all get to the same goal eventually through different paths, and that eventuality will get there when we get there. Yeah, cool.
It's good to talk.
Brother Sharif, do you want any last words before we clock off?
It's cool.
Before you clock off?
Alhamdulillah. Apologies again having to leave, randomly.
No, that's fine. Perfectly fine.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. But yeah, Jazakallah khair, and thank you very much. Appreciate the discussion. There's a lot. There's like Hindu has a large tradition. Islam has a very long and large tradition, right. especially talking about the arguments and evidences for it. And from a Muslim perspective, irrespective of us, going out and debating other people, we're actually meant to know this for ourselves as best as we can, isn't it? So we're meant to do that. But I've tried, in a very short period of time to try to cover a lot of different topics. But there are books out there. Imam Juwayni's got a book called Al-Irshad. There's different scholars that have written books with regards to like the ijaz of Quran, the inimitability of the Quran, like Imam Jurjani and Imam there's another one as well. Yeah. So there's a few books out there. So if ever get a chance, there are lots of debates or not debates, but there are lots of discussions around this issue. But yeah, appreciate you coming on, and hopefully everybody's found a bit of benefit from it, inshallah.
Yeah. Take care, everyone.
Jazakallah khair. Until next time.
وآخر دعوانا الحمد لله رب العالمين سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت وأستغفرك وأتوب إليك السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته